Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. Um, yeah, today we're going to be playing a slightly modern game. Well, when I say slightly modern, I mean 10 years old, because we can't play stuff that's too modern too frequently. That would be silly. So, yeah. Um, yeah, for me, I always somehow misremembered um the name of this game as the Lost Door. Not sure why the Last Door is that much more difficult to remember for me, but yeah. Anyway, don't know why there's only one door. Um like maybe we'll be checking all the doors and there's something behind the last door. Who knows? So, I'm intrigued. But yeah, no clue what this is going to be like. I think it's supposed to be an episodic game and a shorter game, but like other than that, yeah, don't know what to expect. There is a second game as well, so uh yeah. Yes, if it was a talking game, it would be well, one Mordor or something. Um, but yeah, well, I haven't played or seen it. I've read a very short description of it being like Victorian England themed, so we totally don't have the same background as yesterday, but mirrored. Because turns out it kind of fits for today's game. Because I mean that's kind of Victorian-ish. I'm bad at architecture, but it is in London, so ha. At least got the England part right. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I do like some spooky games, especially games that don't just uh rely on jump scares. So like psychological type horror games. I really like those because those kind of get me to an extent. But like the jump scare games, generally, yeah. Like, sure, I can get startled, but like, I won't be scared. Like, to me, that's not the same thing. So, I'm hoping that this one will actually be kind of spooky. It's quite rare for me to, like, you know, get that into the ambience of it. But this one, it does seem to have, well, a nice soundtrack. I had to mute the menu of the game because the game is currently already running. And the reason for that is because when it starts up on the wrong monitor in full screen mode. So I'm currently in the options menu to have it in windowed mode because then I can move it to my other monitor and then switch it to full screen mode. So to not have to go through that whole shebang on stream, I have it open in windowed mode in the menu. So yeah. Anyway, um, but yeah, it looks very pretty so far. The game. Um, and there's like one silly thing I want to show off about the menu, so I'll be switching over to the game. So, let's see. There it is. So, you see this? That's the windowed mode part. Yeah? It's all pixelated and stuff. So, you can go for dyslexia-friendly fonts. Apparently windowed mode got left out of that. So, I just thought that was funny. That's all. Yeah. That's just the one thing that doesn't change in the entire menu. I wonder why that happened, but yeah. Anyway, this is the menu screen. time to turn on sound again. There we go. But yeah, I mean, it's quite pretty. It's not like pixel perfect type pixel art, which is the type I tend to go for, if you can't tell. Like, the frame is supposed to be in the same resolution, or like line up with everything else. Like, the spider is supposed to line up with everything else. Every animation is just like within the pixel grid. Because there are plenty of games where you have like, well, the sprites are pixel art, but they move around smoothly. So it seems like it'll possibly be that type. I don't know. Yeah. You never finished it? You don't think it was finished at the time? Yeah, it seems the last episode of this game came out in 2014, but the first one came out in 2013. So it seems like maybe that would be why you haven't finished it. But, yeah. There's extras, apparently. The morgue, death scene, wonder in the fog. Okay. So let's start episode 1, shall we? After all the things I have seen... Green. Oh no, not the green. Do I control this? Yes, I do. Okay. I pick up the giant rope. Alright. But yeah, see what I mean? He moves smoothly. So... yeah. Different sizes of pixel art combined in a way where they, like, don't line up at all. Stuff like that. So it does seem to be the more modern style of pixel art. After all the things I have done... Like, if you see his movement animation, he doesn't stay within the grid while he does it. So... Like, for example, this edge, like, at the top of the cursor right here, that's not the size of one of the other pixels, so... Yeah, modern pixel art it is. Like, obviously, like, made recently, but... modern style. Not that that's a bad thing, though. What's this thing on the ceiling? Oh. We did pick up a rope, and there's a chair, and there's a beam on the ceiling. I feel like it's gonna be a dark game. Cannot escape the course my life has taken. Yep. Hold it. Now I am beyond redemption. Yep, there's the noose. Hold it. Well, I just hope you can forgive me someday. And let's... Yours sincerely, Anthony Beechworth. Well, there he goes. Alright, that's a cute crow. Oh, like, that animation actually stays within the grid. So, yep, end of the game. But another example, the font here doesn't line up, the skip button doesn't line up, so... I'll try and stop pointing it out, just stuff I notice since I like pixel art so much. So, October 1891. It is actually October right now, so... is that Latin? It feels related to Latin, but not quite right. But it might just be that I'm not recognizing these specific words. So, I'll just read it out as best as I can. I don't even know which language this is, so... yeah. Videte nequisciat. There. It was all my childhood friend Anthony Beechworth had written in his letter. It had been many years since I had heard that sentence. It was the motto of the science and philosophy group that we had secretly run as students back when we were in that secluded boarding school in Scotland. But we had left it all behind, like mere childhood memories. That letter was unusual. It could only mean something awful must have happened. Something that must remain absolutely secret. I had to find out what was going on. It's a very flickery fire. Without delay, I took the first morning train to Sussex and made my way to the address on the letter. And there it was, the old house of Anthony's family, the Beechworth Manor. Episode 1, The Letter. But I think the way I cropped it is okay enough. I'll try and fix it a tiny bit because it's bothering me, but I'll see if I make it much worse, because that is... nope, that's the wrong way to do it. Am I making it worse? Yes, I am. There we go. That's the thing I was trying to achieve here. Let's see. No, that's not quite it. I've got a very convenient red line covering part of my view, so... there, that's closer. But yeah, this one, it's a bit tricky to, like, get it to show up properly. Because it's a weird resolution with black borders. So, and I definitely didn't just, set this up, like, right before the stream. Because I kind of forgot and ran out of time, so. Not even a tiny bit. So, I'll just try and fix it the rest of the way if I can. And then we can just pretend like it never happened. How about that? There. And... there, let's try this. Don't mind that. No, that made it worse. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. Capturing pixel art stuff is sometimes quite silly. Alright. Good enough. It looks fine. Nothing happened. So. We've got a magnifying glass. And the raven seems to have returned. It's fine. Everything's fine. Those crows are vicious. Getting close could be dangerous. But yeah, as I mentioned, capturing stuff in OBS can be a mess sometimes. So don't judge me. Let's look at the crows from back here with a magnifying glass. A murder of crows is eating eagerly. There are so many birds that I cannot see their prey from here. It's probably human. Let's latch from the inside. Fine. Garbage bin. A brown one, though. Judging by the file order, I would say it has not been emptied in a fortnight. Wouldn't that mean it would smell less eventually? Wait, what exact duration is a fortnight? Is that 14 days or is that more? Like, words that, like, describe, like, numbers, amounts of, like, time. Some of them are very strange. 2 weeks, okay. Well, I mean, if it hasn't been emptied in 2 weeks and it's outside, I think at that point it would start smelling a bit less? But I could be wrong. So, this is strange. Everything is silent. As if there was no one living here. Ah, 14 nights. That makes sense. But stuff like a baker's dozen, why is that different from a dozen? Like, why not just say the number? Stuff like that has just always been silly to me. I'm worried about Anthony. I have to find him. Maybe we should close the door? Because it is October and we're wearing... well... kinda shortened sleeves, or we've rolled up our sleeves. A grandfather clock. It's the only sound around here. Yeah, that was the first door. Or I guess might have been the second door. I'm not sure if our room also had a door that we actually saw. Yeah, the top hat was nice. A cabinet with glasses and some liquor bottles. There's also a matchbox. Like, for example, if you're saying 3 dozen, why not just say 36? Pretty sure that would be shorter. But, yeah. Large windows wide open, letting the cold dusk air in. Well, I guess the front door that we didn't close won't make much of a difference then. Feel like we're underdressed for this. Can I close it? I guess not. Fireplace. Looks like it has not been cleaned in a long time. Doesn't say it hasn't been used in a long time, just that it hasn't been cleaned. Because presumably it would get dirty from using it. It didn't say it hasn't been dusted in a long time. These matches could be useful. So it seems like it's a rundown place, but it has been lived in until recently. So, should I light the fire? There's no need to do that. Guess not. Okay. Plate with some days-old leftovers. I mean, if the leftovers are still on there, that's a sign that it hasn't been too long. Plates and pans. kitchen stove, and a cleaning cloth. I feel like they used color gradients. Interesting choice. Anything else in here? Nope. A variety of herbs and ingredients. I've unlatched the door. Oh, that's the back door. Yeah. I do wonder how the corpse would have gotten out there. Especially since the door was latched from the inside. Yes, it does kind of remind me of that series. Agreed. Okay. Let's look at this first. A lamp to light the way. Let's take that. Probably going to be using that with the matches. A wash basin and some toiletries. And what looks like a mirror. A dark hole in the wall. It's from 2013, so 2013, 2014. An empty bowl, like the one used for pets. Or the ones used for pets. March 5th, 1891. So that's the same year that we're here, I think? But way earlier that year. Master Anthony has made us get rid of our religious objects. What is going on with him? Luckily, I found a place to hide my rosary. Cannot pray every night without it. May 18th, same year. Master Anthony has been complaining about Alfie. What would a simple cat do to him? He ordered us to keep him out of the house at all times. Still, I can't let that poor thing starve. He's such a clever cat. Every time I open the window, he knows food is waiting for him. Anyway, I'm worried about Master Anthony. He's growing more and more unlike himself every day. September 15th, so quite the time jump there. Master Anthony's spending whole days locked inside his office. He wants us to leave him food at the door, but he barely eats anything. I'm really worried. And that was the last one. Okay. So like a month ago-ish, he was not eating properly. Interesting. Nothing of interest in those drawers though. What about the window? The window's dirty, I can barely see through to the outside. Okay. I definitely like the atmosphere so far. The store is locked. Should try and find the key to open it. Maybe that's the lost door. A small plant brings some life to this place. Yeah, we should have left him some pizza. This painting depicts a deep, dark forest. And this painting? The portrait is crooked. Can we fix it? No, it's still crooked. Ah! I got jump scared about the painting fall. An old rosary. A cord of beads with a solid wooden crucifix. I'll just take that. Rainy mountain landscape. Seaside. There's a small boat struggling against the roaring waves. Good morning. A machine that plays recorded music. I did not know that Anthony was such an enthusiast of new inventions. Yes. How modern. Note on the table. Dear Mr. Beechworth, due to the recent events, the situation has become unbearable for us, and much to our regret, we have no other choice but to leave. We'll remain forever grateful for all these years in your service. God bless you, Mr. and Mrs. Beaver. Or Brewer. Brewer. Yeah, Brewer. So they were in his service. I mean, we are talking about the 1800s, so... I guess it's one of those houses that can't really... Well... needing staff to, like, keep the home functioning. That kind of thing. Fine. No gameplay then. One day I'm gonna remove that hydrate redeem. This door is stuck. It won't open. Too dark, I can't get any further. Ah, nice. Apparently that consumed all the matches. The doorway has been boarded up. Dang it! Fine, I'll deal with that redeem right now. Why is that redeem still there? Let's see. There. Yeah, I thought it was a box of matches, but apparently it was just the one. Yeah, I've turned it off in addition to it being paused. So, no using redeems that should be active right now. I firmly nailed down. I cannot remove them with my bare hands, so I'll probably need like a crowbar or something. Yes, you should use an entire box of matches to light one oil lamp. The way you do that is you get some wires, preferably from like a lamp or something, just like cut the power cord, try and get some sparks going, and you try and get those sparks onto your matchbox, and then you use your flaming matchbox and throw it at the general direction of your oil lamp. So, you know, destroy your old lamp, start using your new one. Simple as that. Great. Well, that's what windows are for. Silver key. I'll take that. Double bed. From the accumulated dust, I would guess it has not been slept in for a very long time. Small photographs and daguerreotypes. Ha! I knew that word. Not sure if I said it right, but anyway, mostly family portraits. The fireplace is black with soot. It's a photography thing. So the reason I know the word is because they mention it in the game Life is Strange. So yeah, I think it's an old photography technique thing. I don't have enough knowledge to actually explain it, but yeah. That's the general, like, topic. So, gentleman with a serious and inquisitive look. Well, apparently it can capture about 2 to 3 pixels. Locked from the inside. Can I use the key on it? No. Yes. That would work, I guess. For some reason I thought I saw a silhouette of a person here, but no. It's just the clock. Nothing to worry about. My coat. Is this Anthony? The years have not been kind to him. Well, I think that was Anthony. He didn't seem very alive when we last saw him. Okay. I think this is a slate disc record. Sleeve reads The Carnival of Venice. I'll just take that. A slightly rusted iron crowbar. How very convenient. Small pile of firewood, twigs, and a chunk of dry bark. Not supposed to take that, okay. Boiler looks like it has been out of use for a long time. Okay, so... I guess this is an educational thing now. Aw. I make educational content. Okay, let's crowbar open that blocked door. Yeah, it'll probably be played eventually. I think I even have the games, because I think I got them on sale at some point. Oh my god, what has happened here? Oh, there's a corpse. Leave me alone, it says on the wall. There's an abandoned wheelchair and notes on the ground. Well. So this was behind the boarded up door. A lifeless body of a woman. It has been here for a few days. Looks like she's clutching a note in her hand. I'll just take that. I'm writing what will surely be my final thoughts, my last lines, my last breath. I do not know what kind of dark power has turned my husband into what he is now. A stranger with a look bereft of all sanity, compassion, and human warmth. I do not know what shadow has slowly darkened our lives. I do not know this foreign guest that now dwells in our souls. Yes, they're very bright notes. I do not know where it is from, but I'm sure it's not from this world. I'll meet my brothers and sisters soon. I'll be free from this abyss of madness and fear. Soon I will stop trembling. Oh. A simple long hairpin. Why did that fall out of the note? A letter. Dear Margaret, it's been days since Anthony left his office. I can hear him whisper angrily, frightfully, and it gets worse at night. Our service left a few days ago. Without their help and company, I'm lost. I can barely walk out of bed, and not even the doctor will come here after his argument with Anthony. My husband has developed a horrible ability to break anyone's will. I do not know what to do. Do not have any strength left. I wish I could send you this letter. You're the friend Anna Beechworth. I feel like I should send those letters on her behalf, I guess. A letter in feeble handwriting. Cannot go on. All is lost. And a diary page. I cannot stand their stares. They watch me, they judge me, they despise me. I know they think I'm not worthy of this family, but who are they but dust and bones, a memory? Leave me. I do not need me. I do not need you. Leave me alone. Well, it does say leave me alone on the wall in blood. The writing on the walls reads leave me alone. Who would have written such a thing? Also, the door was boarded up from the outside. So I don't think she chose to be in here. Okay. I heard a sound. Another sound. Yeah. Someone's making sounds. A woman with strong features and dark hair. She has a bold look in her eyes. She looks like the woman on the bed. She's holding a baby. Could that be Anthony's child? This old man bears some resemblance to Anthony, but his countenance is marred by severe, unsettling gaze. This young woman, not yet in her 20s, stares defiantly back at me. A man with blonde hair. I feel as if I've seen him before. And lastly, why are we walking up to that one? Portrait of Anthony, standing beside a mounted wildcat or lynx. The paint looks fresher around the animal's head. What's making that dinging sound? There's a raven perched outside the window, tapping the glass with its beak. Well, that explains it. The young Anthony, just like I remember him. Yes, the missing links. Maybe. Nothing of interest on this dressing table. What about inside the dressing table? An old wheelchair. I didn't find anything in here other than, you know, her corpse. So I used the crowbar for that. Is there anything on the table here? Oh, there. Oh, right, the photographs. I already looked at that. Oh, right, and this one's locked. From the inside. Can I use the record under the door? The pin in the door? Can't force a lock this tough with this. Okay. It does make me wonder why crowbars are called crowbars. If they have anything to do with crows. They're stuck, it won't open. I'm guessing I didn't drop the crowbar. I just use it up. Oh, so that door looks kind of... I guess there's still one bar covering it here. Yeah. Guess I'll play the record. Doesn't sound quite right. Looks more like... it sounds like angry hornets trying to imitate music. Something's off here. Maybe I just stop it. Must be broken. I don't know how to make it stop. Oh. Just leave. The music has abruptly stopped. Oh, that's good. Nice. Hello, crows. Are they? Yeah, they're turning to look at me. That's good. Very good. Yeah, it's still like that. Okay. Good sign. So... how will this help me make progress? Oh, the crows are no longer outside. Not all of them, at least. A dying crow, not much life left in it. No, pick it up. Okay. What do I do with a dying crow? Do I put it in the bin? I feel like I shouldn't. Do I hand it to the other crows? Like, here. Help your friend, I guess. I don't know. Can I? Well, it's dying, not dead. Better leave it alone. Yeah, I'm not sure why we're carrying a dying crow. Does feel a bit odd. It's making very sad sounds. So I don't think a dying crow will be a useful pick. Not entirely sure why I've got a dead crow. Or dying crow. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I feel like there should be a room down here. Doesn't seem to be, though. Grandfather clock is the only sound around here. Well, except for the soundtrack. Can I leave? Nope. Fields surrounding the house stretch majestically as far as the eye can see. Didn't know Anthony was the owner of such property. I mean, presumably he just inherited it. I can take the cloth. Okay. Didn't expect that to be a thing. Haven't seen any zombie pirates yet. So I think this was the room that had the notes. Can I use the lamp on the dark hole in the wall? No. This person is the one who mentioned the rosary, so... Oh, maybe I can open the window. Because of the cat. Kitty cat? You want to eat a dead crow? Wait, I got that right? And I thought I was being dark. Nope, that's the way you're supposed to do it. Here, kitty kitty. Looks like the window frame is rotten. It would need some kind of cord to hold the window open. How about this cord? Nice. Here, kitty. Come and eat the dying crow. Yeah, I don't know where the cat is. The cold wind of the evening is a relief in the suffocating atmosphere. Yeah, true. It's a spooky game. Yeah, maybe I'll have to leave the room and then come back. Kitty cat? No. No kitty cat. I hear something in the distance. It sounds like a lament. Well. There went the crow. Where'd the crow go? There's a tiny dark hole in the wall. But I don't think I'm gonna fit. Sound is louder here. Yeah, I guess the crow just had a bunch of spare ketchup packets. Hello, kitty cat? Cat seems to be behind this wall. Okay. So, how do I get behind that wall? And who ate the crow? Because it sounds like it wasn't the cat. Need a shovel or something. Can't go any further, I think. No. What could I use to break down that wall? I do have that old cloth. Don't know what that's going to be used for. I do like the style of the game so far. And generally, like, sneaking through an abandoned house on your own kind of game is... It's a good start. Where do I go? Yeah, it's only episode 1. Exactly. Thanks for follow. Seems like someone closed the curtains. Can I clean the fireplace? No. Glasses and liquor bottles. Every time I get slightly jump scared by the movement of the grandfather clock. Can I just cover it up? No. Yeah, exactly. Nothing could ever go wrong with that. Oh, mysterious locked rooms. So I'll probably have to unlock something small with that. Maybe I can unlock this? No. Anything else? No, the note again. I feel like I'm hearing some slight sound effects from the game. So Crow is still outside. Still tapping the glass. Tappy tap tap tap. What could it be? Obviously missing something. Double bed. Yeah, it hasn't been slept in a very long time. And was just pictures here. No notes. A balcony shared with the adjacent room. Can't open latch, it's stuck. Okay, so I use the hairpin there. Managed to spring the latch with ease. Nice. Some sort of spilled chemical product. Smells strongly of vinegar. That'll be nothing to worry about. Let's just step in it. Can of paint thinner. I'll take that. Oh, there's a ladder. Interesting. Map of the region of Sussex, with markings drawn on its surface. Okay, Okay, remains of chemical experiments. Okay, that door's open now. Oh. A common hammer in good condition. Yeah, the color palette is quite nice. What's that? A lynx, mounted and stuffed. It's a fine work of taxidermy. Some strange books written in a language unknown to me. Okay. Yeah, true, I found the missing links. That I did. Are these notes? Torn out diary pages. They will not bother me anymore. I'm done with their censorious gazes, their whispers. It is all ready. There's only one thing left to do. Okay. On top of the ladder, there's a trapdoor with a keyhole reinforced with gold. Neat. It's locked. We need to find the key. I've got the hammer now, and the paint thinner. Gotta add that to the vinegar. Because, you know, adding random chemicals to random other chemicals, that's always a good idea. Yeah, no clue what's in the attic. Oh, right. That's where you'd have those roof beam thingies. Yeah, I think we know who was in the attic. Yes, gold would be kind of soft, but it would be harder than some substances, I guess. Can I open this door with a hammer? No. I mean, it's not quite an axe, but... Oh, I could have killed the crow. Yeah, well... I think something killed that crow. Redecorating a bit. A black cat is staring at me, but wait, its eyes are missing. Okay. Good lord, it almost ripped my eyes out. It has run away into the dark. Okay. It's found an open chest with a dark cloak, a mask, and a knife. I'll just take that. Okay, just the knife. Sure thing. Ever know when you might need a knife? To go with your random cloth and paint thinner. Yeah, true. But it was surprisingly close. Can I use the cloth on it? Do I stab the creature? No. Do I try and see if this is paint and works with paint thinner? No. Oh, I put paint thinner on the cloth. Okay. I did that by accident, but I'll take it. Oh, now I know where I'm supposed to use that. On the painting in the boarded up room. That's totally where I'm supposed to use that. I figured stuff out, yay. Let's find out what's behind the missing links. Well, the no longer missing links. There. The thinner has worked. The fresh paint is gone now. I can see the original painting. The link's mouth is open, as if it were growling. Well, it doesn't have to be difficult to be a good game. In some cases, easy stuff is more fun because you can focus on the story more. Its mouth is shut, like it was before. Oh, its mouth is shut, like it was before I revealed the original painting. Managed to get the Lynx's mouth open. There's a golden key inside. Nice. Let's use that golden key. Yep. Oh god, no. Anthony, no. We already knew that, but... A portrait of a woman. Anthony's wife, perhaps? She looks very happy here. I mean, she looks a bit less happy downstairs. Lifeless body of my dear friend. What madness could have led him to commit such an act? There's something in his pocket. I'll just take that. It's a sealed letter. Dear J. DeWitt. That's how I'm going to pronounce that last name. I don't know if that's correct, but to me it is. If you're reading these lines, then I'm nothing but a dead body hanging before you. I write to you my last shreds of lucidity. You are one of my oldest friends. When I sent you the letter asking you to come here, I did not doubt for one moment that you would. Had you failed me this evening, everything would have been lost. I've found myself involved in a series of horrible incidents. For reasons beyond my comprehension and sanity, the crow has started to tap on this window now. Okay. For reasons beyond my comprehension and sanity, I've become a total stranger to myself and my closest relatives, capable of the most indescribable and atrocious acts. I cannot give you any more details at this time. I must ask you to go immediately back to the boarding school where we made that pact, where we all swore on our honor that sentence would protect us. This letter must not reach anyone else, so it is imperative that you destroy it immediately. The lives of the rest of the group, and yours too, are in great danger. They are already waiting for you. Seeing is believing. Do not forget that. Always your loyal friend, Anthony Beechworth. That got me. Well. I think that was episode 1. The last door, the letter was funded by Kickstarter by 285 backers. Nice. Yeah, the crows seemed very hungry, considering they broke in. Well, that was episode 1, but like... Episode 1 didn't take very long, so we'll just continue. Main menu. Episode 2. Previously on the last door. Jeremiah DeWitt receives a mysterious letter from his childhood friend Anthony Beechworth. It travels to the manor, where he learns of Anthony's descent to madness and the death of his wife. He faces the perils of the house and finally finds the dead body of his friend. The final letter warns about unknown danger and asks him to remember his past by going back to the boarding school. Yep. That is what we just did. Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. We seem to be someone else now. Okay. Nice and lifelike colors. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Okay. Give us each day our daily bread. Now we go over here. Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive our debtors. Where do we go now? Oh. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Cozy, isn't it? Well, that's one way to start. Yeah, I'll let the intro play again. I mean... maybe that's how he prefers to spend his evenings, I don't know. I hear breathing. Now, tell me, where are you? What do you see? I see dark silhouettes in a dark forest. Random floating piece of a plant. Who is it? Is it Anthony? Answer me! I don't know. Well, seems... Hello. How are you doing today? What is she doing? Get close to her. Get close to Anna. Okay. Very flashy. On a count of 3, you'll wake up. 1, 2. I think we're a crow. 3. No, wake up, wake up. Okay. You can rest now, Mr. DeWitt. That will be enough for today. Are these sessions really necessary? I'm confident this is the best course of treatment for your symptoms. Now, did you ever see him again? I saw it. What did you see? Can you describe it? It looked like an eye, perfectly rounded and dark, deep and empty, accompanied by the most horrifying, pain-filled screams I've ever heard. Inside, a complete darkness when evil dwells deep below. A forgotten fear for human reasoning. But undoubtedly still rests deep down inside our being. Forgotten fear for human reasoning, but undoubtedly still rests deep down inside our being. I got confused by that sentence. In my case, that fear has already awoken. Yay. I can understand why you're disturbed, Mr. Witt. With your permission, I would like to consult on your case with a colleague of mine. A man I've known for many years who is more versed in modern psychological practices. I think his knowledge and experience would be very helpful in enabling us to understand your condition. If you think it would help, Doctor, I'll leave it in your hands. The agony grows increasingly unbearable. If you believe this man can help me, or can help, then I welcome his aid. Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. I bid you a good evening. Okay, off we go. Yes, those were some very long counts. I think I just need to click to continue it, but I was having fun with it. Anyways. Anthony, my friend, what really happened to you? How could you have let your wife Anna die so awfully? These doubts consume my soul. I hardly remember the time we spent together as schoolmates. I confess that beyond your enduring friendship, I can recall little of those years. Were your words a result of an increasing loss of sanity? Probably. In your letter, you wrote that someone awaits me. A warning to ward me from a genuine danger, or merely the ravings of a brilliant mind addled by insanity. Something stirs uneasily within my heart. I will not rest easily again until I go back to that boarding school and find out what secrets may lie within. Farewell, Mr. and Mrs. Beechworth. Rest now, in peace. So I guess we got someone to bury them. That's something. Hello, how are you doing today? Alright, we're at the boarding school. Episode 2, Memories. An old, quite damaged mailbox. There's a postcard inside. Dear Matthew, it's been several months and still I have no news from you. My brothers insist that you have abandoned me, but I'm sure you remain true. I know you would never do that to me, for I know your heart and the honesty of your eyes. I got this address from a hospital in London and pray that it reaches you safely. If that is the case, I want you to know that I will always be waiting for you. Forever yours, Juliet Holloway. The top hat is back. The Angel Gabriel, the school's emblem. I remember it being very pristine, but it looks neglected and dirty now. Probably because it is neglected. And dirty. A stone eagle lies on the floor. It appears to have broken off the fountain. I'll just pick that up and try and put it back. No, I guess not. Those windows look... Someone digging a grave around here. Excuse me? Good evening. I hope you're right and this turns out to be, indeed, a good evening. My name is DeWitt. I didn't know there was a graveyard here. My pleasure, Mr. DeWitt. I am Frank Baldwin. Do not ask me why, but Monsieur specifically ordered me to bury the corpses here. Why? I don't understand. Did he order to bury corpses here? Why? What is there to understand, Mr. DeWitt? God has forsaken this place. Ah, don't you know? Here we take care of patients. Okay. I'm an old alumnus. I used to attend the school. It's been a long time since this was... It has been a long time since this is not a boarding school anymore. The building is now used as a nursing home run by nuns. Former student, eh? Yeah, you did miss the first chapter. But, basically, quick summary of the first chapter. His friend from school writes him a letter and then commits suicide. And, because of the letter, he goes to that house, finds that that guy's, wife also died, seemingly because of neglect. She was wheelchair bound and, her door was boarded up from the outside, so... Yeah, not sure what was going on there. Anyway, we find a letter in the corpse's pocket, so, of his friend who wrote him the first letter. That letter says that he's in some sort of danger and that he should really, really go back to the boarding school that they both attended as boys. To, like, figure out what's going on. Because something is coming after them and... mystery. But yeah, pretty dark. We did also try and feed a dying crow to a cat. So, you know. And also crows broke in and went after the corpse of his friend. Right after we found the corpse. Did I mention it's a bad game? Dark game, I mean, not bad. Dark. Evil. There. Things are spooky. Never heard anybody in the village speak fondly of the school. They say it closed overnight, though nobody knows why. Not a lot was known about it. Excuse the interruption, Mr. Baldwin. I'll leave you to your work. Have a nice evening, alumnus DeWitt. Heathen. Lovely place to dig a grave or several. I'll check over here. A piece of old fishing net. I'll take that. Many years adrift have perfectly smoothed this flotsam into a small log. I'll take that. I like the movement of the water. It's pretty. And the sky does also capture the weather quite nicely. Just like a bleak, cloudy sky. No, it was a log, not a rock. So, driftwood. The door is locked from the inside. But yeah, this is still his outdoor clothing, so. Enjoy the top hat while it lasts. Oh, there was a rock. Fine, I'll also look at the rock. You mean the big cliff thing? Sure. Lots of recently dug graves. Small group of graves has been haphazardly arranged. Well, it seems this guy's been digging a lot of them. There. The Lost Pilgrim. A sea stack older students at the school used to climb. Never heard the term sea stack before, so... Somewhere up there are my initials. Great. Sounds very safe to climb that rock. Because, you know, rocks near the ocean are definitely not slimy and slippery. Because of all the moisture and algae. So I'm sure that's perfectly safe and nobody got hurt. Yes, now I know that he, at some point, climbed a rock as a child. That is very important character building. Okay. Hello. Pardon. Excuse me, sister. Good evening, sister. Good evening. I'm Mother Elizabeth. What brings you here, Mr. DeWitt? I'm a former student of this boarding school. As you can see, Mr. DeWitt, this stopped being an academic institution a long time ago and is now exclusively dedicated to prayer and the well-being of the patients under our care. I see. Even so, may I please speak to Mr. DeWitt? I'm afraid we're too busy to start wasting time talking about past issues. In addition, there is little to say. We sisters arrived after the boarding school had closed down. Everybody but Monsieur, of course. Monsieur? Exactly. But you didn't answer my question. Why have you come to this place, Mr. DeWitt? This place will help me remember my past. If you have memory problems, I would recommend you visit a doctor immediately and don't waste your time here. I guess that it would be a good idea to visit this place again and perceive the passage of time. Perceive the passage of time? What are you talking about? To be honest, I prefer not to talk about it. I couldn't tell you why this place is so important for me, but it is a lot. I appreciate your honesty, Mr. DeWitt. I'll allow you to stay around here. I hope I won't regret my decision. Don't worry, Mother. Thank you. Alright then. And there goes the top hat. Juliet. Not my name, so just walk along. Please help. Okay then. Thanks for the follow. Why are there 4 crosses above that specific bed? Seems like an odd choice. But thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? What were you streaming? This is episode 2 of this game, so not sure if you're familiar with it. You're playing Layers of Fear. Nice. I have heard of the game. I've watched a bit of it. How are you liking it? You beat it. Nice. I remember that we used to keep... Here's some textbooks. Now there is a music box. Okay. Yeah, it seemed quite spooky. But definitely on the modern side. January 15th, 1876. Also, we are in England. Wouldn't the date format be the other way around? Father Ernest seemed unusually troubled today. Several times he paused abruptly in the middle of a lecture for no reason, even during his favourite class, theology. January 18th. Today Father Ernest was very irritable. Collins made a comment and was expelled from class for it. Even DeWitt was admonished just for reading a philosophy book. I hope Father Ernest doesn't turn his eye toward me. My father will be disappointed if I fail to get good marks. Yeah, the letters do kind of feel like error messages because they just cover up the whole screen. So, yeah. It was very disconcerting to see Father Ernest entering class so pale and sweaty. In the middle of his lecture, he stumbled, dazed, and had to sit. January 22nd. Father Eugene taught our theology class today, even though he doesn't know the subject matter as well as Father Ernest. When we asked him what happened to Father Ernest, Father Eugene told us he had taken ill. What worries me is that now Father Eugene is also starting to look unwell. February 20th. It has been a month since we last saw Father Ernest. Being told he is still sick, but if he is so ill, then why hasn't a physician come to treat him? My studies are flagging, but I've taken it upon myself to read on my own. I hope this helps, as I must succeed in spite of the problems happening around us. February 23rd. It was announced this morning that the school is to close. None of us know why, and we can't get a straight answer from the faculty. They each dodge the question. I'm starting to think they may not know the answer themselves. Their anxiety is palpable, though they try to hide it behind a calm face. But what about Father Ernest? I hear he alone is to remain after we vacate the premises. There's a picture in the diary. It's a photograph of my graduating class. It seems to have a giant scratch on it. See myself, Father Ernest, and Anthony. Do not remember the names of the others. One face has been completely scratched out. Exactly. Well, that's good. An old sentence written on the board. In death, there is hope. In death, there is life. One must seek its true nature to understand the nothing. Looks like it has been there for years. The chalk has faded in some places. The books on these shelves are old and musty. Theology is the dominant subject. Interesting, okay. So for some reason, nobody cleaned up this classroom or ended up reusing it for something else. Dear brother, I've received your letter and I'll try to write more frequently. I hope you're studying a lot and feel comfortable there. We miss you a lot. When are you coming back? Father is in bed with fever and I do not feel very well. But I am on medication. Today's my birthday and I'm feeling blue. It's a quiet and boring Sunday at the village. Mum is going to cook a lemon cake, like those Grandma used to make. I wish we could eat it together. Right back soon. Looking forward to knowing how you're doing, what you're learning, how is Scotland, and so on. A big hug. Think about you a lot, your dear sister. Well, it's her birthday, not mine. But mine's coming up soon. Still need to decide what I actually want to do for my birthday. I unlocked the door. Nice. Oh, it is a nice month for birthdays. It kind of brightens up the month a bit. I feel like a lot of people don't really like November. But to me, I specifically like November. So, yeah. But I also like October. So, it's not like I don't like October. Not sure which one would be my favorite month between October and November. One or the other. But, this is actually going to be the first time that I spend, like, the entirety of fall in this country. So, I'll see which one's nicer in terms of, like, fall weather. So, what is this? Among the baggages, I can see a packet of letters bound by twine. I'll just steal that. I ask you not to touch my belongings, please. You're not aware of who you're talking to. Sorry. Hello? Doctor. Sorry, I'm not a doctor. Pay him no mind. He's been delirious for some days. I'm Miss Mary Vinge. And this is my brother Matthew. Juliet. Why have you left me? Why didn't you answer my letters? My letters. You see, the poor man is obsessed with his fiancée. He won't accept that she left him months ago. My poor Matthew. I'm very sorry, miss. I hope he recovers. Thank you. Okay, then. He's probably fine. Magazine entitled Weird Tales. Okay. Are you alright, madam? There's a rhythmic sound like breathing. Wait, what do you mean? It was last night. I felt an increasing pressure on my temples. Something dry and rough, like tree bark, brushed against my leg. I saw something on the wall, like a glowing shadow. I lit the lamp, and there was nothing. I'm sure it was just a nightmare. Madam? Okay. A pale young boy. He's asleep. I thought a nursing home was specifically for elderly people. But I guess this is more of like a hospital type situation. So, please, someone, piety. I'm sorry, you can't be here. Is there some way I can help? Don't worry about it, sir. The Lord looks after each and every one of our patients. He'll provide you with all the help you need. If you wish, you can pray there, next to the statue of Our Lady. Don't you think she's beautiful? The Virgin listens to those in need. Okay. The gloomy statue of the Virgin Mary makes this place even more mournful than if that is possible. Lovely. This place clearly wasn't gloomy enough. There are several crucifixes all together on the headboard of this bed. Why? Thanks for the raid. How you doing today? What were you streaming? So we've talked to all the people in here. Bandages and other medical equipment. Nothing of interest. Okay. Hmm. That's the door right there, I think. Mr. Witt, these rooms are private. Okay. A dusty old tapestry of the Virgin Mary with baby Jesus in her arms. Okay. Anything in here? So these rooms are not private? These rooms I was allowed to enter, but not the other ones? A syringe next to a flask with a label that reads morphine. Can't take that. Okay. You finished the main story of Dragon Quest III. And then got destroyed by the final boss. Yeah. Some games go a bit far on their final bosses, don't they? Or bonus dungeon final boss. Still. Good evening, sister. Sister? All this suffering, all these tears, all our prayers unanswered. What do you mean, sister? All these years entrusted to the Lord, praying, looking for a sign, for something that can give me strength. Every day I hear them cry, pray, scream, and die. And what for? Where are you, Lord? Why don't you answer me? The Lord works in mysterious ways, sister. Certainly, yes. I didn't ask for much, just something to go on, a path to follow. Can't go on, not like this. Excuse me, sir. Okay, then. The upper shelf of the antique cupboard is well worn. No. The upper shelf, on the upper shelf of the antique cupboard is a well-worn Bible and a rosary. Okay. Mirror? Old mirror that hardly reflects. Wow. That tapestry feels like it's covering a door. Another tapestry, though I remember from my school days that the student dormitory was there. Yeah, it's clearly just covering up a door. Why is it there? Why is it hanging, like, onto the floor, covering part of the floor? That's quite silly. Okay, the showers. Nice. Still dripping. There's a puddle in the shower. In the shower hole. With something shining under the grating. Can't see it properly. Can I use the log on it? No. The ornament? No. It would be useful to tie the net to the stick. Tying it to the ornament? No. Ornament on the log? No. Music box. Music box probably belonged to one of the students. Can I tie up the music box? Nope. Because right now I'm not quite sure what to do with the items I have. A stone eagle that once belonged to the Angel Gabriel fountain. A peaceful fishing net. And many years adrift have perfectly smoothed this into a small log. The postcard was from Matthew. Oh right, that's the one from Juliet. I should give that to the patient. Mr. Vange, I think this letter is addressed to you. Thank you. Leave with me if you'd be so kind. As you can see, my brother is too weak to read it. Well, Matthew, let's see who's written to you. Oh, it's a letter from our mother. Dear Matthew, I hope you're recovering. I wish that your beloved sister and you come back home soon. That's... You know how alone Mother feels since you left? Since we left? Mother needs more care now than ever. She worries a lot. Do you remember good times when we all lived together? So, this letter is actually from his fiancée. So, she's been lying to her brother about his fiancée having left him. And she has a stack of letters from her. Oh. Well. Managed to get that. All these unopened letters are addressed to Juliet from Matthew. Why would his sister keep them? Maybe I'll just have them be sent? Where was that mailbox? But yeah, she doesn't seem like a very nice person. Can't send them. So what am I supposed to do with them? Do I confront her? She's making up the letter contents. Yes. That she is. No, that's the same conversation as before. Anyone want the music box? No. And this person... Oh. Fallen into an uneasy, fitful sleep. But this person was hallucinating... Or... hallucinating while dreaming, I think. Or, like, while hallucinating at night? Not really being sure if it's a dream or not. There. Or maybe not being able to, like, distinguish at all. Worn out faded tapestry. It's not sharp enough. The log, not sharp enough. Well, I did have that knife earlier, but didn't bring it along. Mirror? A broken mirror. There's a protruding piece. I will take that. Mirror's sharp, but it's too weak to cut the tapestry. It might break. Try and use the mirror on the log? Like I was trying to, like, whittle the log into a knife-type shape? Moved a chunk of this mirror. But I don't think I can use the log on this. No. I do wonder what the letters are for. Maybe it would help? I don't know. I could try. Maybe, like, reflecting some light in there, but I figured we'd want to, like, get something that gives off light. I could try. No. Because the lamp in there isn't as bright as it would probably need to be. There are plenty of candles around, just can't seem to pick them up. My coat. Thanks for follow. But yeah, using the mirror there just seems strange considering how dark that room is. But I'm thinking we'll either need something to light up the drain or just something to fish it out. But where would I need the music box? A locked coffin, or a locked wood coffin, badly finished. Seems whoever made it was a bit rushed to finish it. Well, very recently dug grave, considering he's still digging it. Leave you to your work. What else could there be? This one feels a bit more obscure in, like, how the puzzles work. Like, you try and unlock the coffin. We did try and feed a crow to a cat, so it's not that far off. Not sure what this is. Yeah, this is as far as I can go. Can I break the mirror into smaller pieces that are maybe more sturdy? No. But yeah, too thick to pin it in the wood. But it seems fragile. Can't use it on the box, can't use it on the letters. Weird. Could I talk to Monsieur? I'm afraid it's impossible. He has left strict instructions that he not be disturbed. Not even by any of the sisters. He said that he already lived here when this venue was still a boarding school. Indeed. He was still a priest and a professor before he became Monsieur and started to lead this place. Okay. What about Mr. Baldwin? He instructed me... Oh, Monsieur instructed me to take him on as a caretaker. Many of the sisters find him a bit strange, but he performs his work well and complains little. Do you take care of patients here? Of course, Mr. Witch. We tend to both the physical and spiritual needs of those in our care. Have there been many deaths lately? According to Mr. Baldwin, a lot of patients have been dying. What is happening? Sadly, the Lord is taking many of these unfortunate souls. Okay. I'll leave you to duties. Huh. Very strange. But at least she's not covering it up. But it seems like this place has been run by them for some time already. So I wonder why there's a death wave now. Maybe just because it's fall. Still not done digging. Yeah, sleep. Let's talk to the lady upstairs again. One of the humble beds where the nuns sleep. Just want to be alone. Fine. How would I cut down the tapestry? Don't really have any sharp objects. Yeah, it's not sharp enough. Can't use the net to tie the mirror to the stick. I feel like I could make a shank out of a piece of netting, a stick, a broken mirror, and a broken stone ornament. Just feels like it shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, something under the grating. The letters are from the patient to his fiancée, who his sister says left him, but didn't actually. The sister's just been keeping them from communicating with each other. Wooden stick's too thick to use for winding the music box. Would need something thinner. Mirror? No. The ornament? No. The letters? Hello. I'm doing alright. Intrigued by this game, but also slightly stuck at the moment. A couple of old towels. Old, rusty, and poorly maintained showers. Oh, the horror. Oh. I can turn off the tap. If I open the tap, the shiny object would be carried away by the stream of water. Well, I think we opened them, but... maybe we didn't. Yeah, why would a sister keep them? So it's just... all these unopened letters are addressed to Juliet from Matthew. Why would a sister keep them? That's all we know about them. Or, well, the patient knows about the letters he wrote. He doesn't know about the letters his sister's been keeping from him. She's just been stopping their communication from both sides. I can't call her out on it, because she's still busy making up the contents of the letter from Juliet that was in the mailbox that I just delivered to them. I tried to hand it straight to him, but she took it, and then said that it was actually from their mother, which it wasn't. Picture of the Virgin Mary gazing at you, supposedly to portray a sympathy and compassion for you. However, she seems to look more pained and sorrowful here. Oh, you can double click. Nice. Well, I guess you still need to be within range, but that's nice. Thanks. Yeah, I tried to show him the letters, but the thing is, these are the letters he wrote. Fine. Now it works. Like, I tried to show him it before, but like, maybe I did it wrong. Or maybe it was just the other letter. And since I couldn't talk to them about it, I just figured that this wouldn't work. I don't know. My letters! All the letters I wrote to dear Juliet! You never posted them, but why, Mary? Why would you do such a thing? How could you be so cruel? I had to do it, Matthew. You refused to see how inappropriate a match she is for you. Her only interest is marrying for someone of your status. Of our family's status. It was for your sake I did this. I did it to protect you from that woman's treachery. No, you only thought about yourself, of your own vanity. I can't bear to look upon you anymore, Mary. leave me be. From this day forth, you're no sister of mine. You dare banish me? I have stayed by your side all through your illness. Very well, Matthew. You will have it your way. I will leave you, and then you'll see how very alone you are. Farewell, brother. Thanks be to the Lord that you have come to reveal my sister's cruelty, sir. Please take this coin as a token of my appreciation. It is my lucky coin, though. I hope it served you better than it has myself. She left her bag here. I guess I'll wind the music box for that. Does he want it? Which way was the way to the classroom? There it is. I'm just trying to see if anything reacts to it. Maybe something will. It's a very short song. Oh, what a beautiful melody. It reminds me of my youth when I was vibrant and full of purpose. I knew my path then. Oh, may God bless you, for you've given me the sign I was looking for. Okay. See ya. Not sure where she ran off to. Or what that changed. Yeah, presumably I'll be able to find her again, or something changed because of her. Probably still not allowed in there. Nope. Not in here. Nope. Not here either. Did she go for a walk? She didn't fix the fountain. No new letters. I mean, a sale on cheese. That... Oh. What is going on here? A nun's habit and walking stick. These no doubt belong to the nun I spoke to by the window, but where did she go? Hello? Anyone? Okay then. Yeah, no matter the kind of cheese. Yes, to the cheese. There is no other answer. They don't care about the... Okay. Maybe I'll talk to the one at the front desk. I just feel like somebody should care that the other lady went missing. You know? Nope. Nobody cares. Alright. Who is the Monsieur, Mr. Baldwin? Can't rightly say. After all these years, I've never seen the man. Who knows, maybe he does not exist. But Mother Elizabeth told me that he specifically requested your hiring by letter. I'm flattered my reputation precedes me, but I still cannot tell you anything else about the man. Okay then. I can use the music box again, though. Are people losing their mind because of the music box? Nope. He doesn't care. Hello, come back. Nope. No, I don't think we've played that one. I mean, sometimes games are known under different names, but yeah, I don't remember one with a cursed music box. I mean, maybe there was something in, like, 7th Ghast, but I don't think so. From 2019. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't played many more modern games, and I don't think I've even heard of that one. She didn't care about the music box, right? Nope. This one definitely feels more strange. Of course. Oh, there! Window! Okay. A lot of dry leaves have accumulated in a hole of this old rusty pipe. They're blocking the water streams. Unblock it. Unblock it. Unblock it. Unblock it. How about we unblock it? There, finally. Okay. The hole has a very sharp and rusty edge. If I try and put my hand in, I could cut myself. Can I... the wood is too softened to even bend the sharp edges. This thing. Yeah. Kill it. I blunted the sharp edges of the pipe. Now I don't need to fear being cut. Nothing to impede the water. Okay. Why did I do it this way around? I feel like I did it the wrong way. Oh, the nets. should catch anything coming down the pipe. A log? No? No log? No log. Okay then. That used a lot of my items. Narrows it down at least. The music in this area, like, part of it reminds me of one of the songs in Sweeney Todd. Just a tiny bit. It's just one of the main melodies. That it just reminds me of, just a tad. Okay, so where does the water go? I have watched Sweeney Todd, yes. I tend to be more of a musical person. Like, if it's a musical movie, I'm more likely to watch it than if it's another type of movie. I just feel like a lot of movies don't really work that much on character building, so they're just kind of boring to me, because even at the end of the movie I don't really care, so yeah. There's only so much you can do in 2 hours. But I feel like musicals tend to do a better job at, like, conveying emotions, so. What could that be? I don't want to turn on the... Fine. Oh! That's... Why would that come out the pipe of the side of the building? That's weird. Alright. I'll take it. I guess it's old plumbing stuff. The net has caught a shiny object. It is a teardrop. What? A glass tear, probably belonging to a piece of jewelry. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that one too, it's just not my favorite. Doesn't cut the tapestry. Dang it. So who's gonna want that thing? Yeah, I'm definitely struggling more with this episode. It seems there's still hope to bring my fiancé back. Yes, there is. If you actually wrote her a letter now, it might actually be delivered. You know, just a thought. Because it seems all the other letters didn't reach her. It just seems very strange that I'm just picking up random objects that feel like they don't really interact with anything. And the dialogue options aren't changing either. Can't use that on the music box. I still haven't found an object sharp enough to cut the tapestry. Bam. Probably belonging to a piece of jewelry. Nobody around here seems to be wearing much flashy jewelry. Like, nuns don't really seem like the type of audience to wear, like, big glass crystal jewelry stuff. It doesn't really go with the style, I think. Well, we have a piece of broken mirror, and we can't use that to cut the tapestry because it's too fragile. So... I'm not sure we've been able to do anything with the mirror so far. What a random crystal teardrop thing be used for in a point-and-click game. Because apparently it's not sharp. So that's not it. It's like combining it with, like, statue to make it look like it's crying or painting. Just seems strange. But yeah, the mirror, it's not... Well, it's sharp, but it's too weak. The coin is not sharp. The teardrop is, well, apparently not sharp. Stick isn't sharp enough. Yeah. So how do I do this? Why can't I just lift the tapestry instead of standing on it? It's like... Oh no, I can't lift the tapestry, I wonder why. For some reason it is difficult to lift stuff that you're standing on. But nobody cares about the lady who left? Who ended up possibly drowning in the ocean? Weird. Very weird. And the mirror didn't seem related to the shower thing. So... nothing else here. Yeah, and playing the music box here didn't do anything. Yeah, it says the same thing if I use the magnifying glass and if I don't. think I need a hint. I seem to have just gotten myself stuck somehow, so. Photographs of people, most likely family and friends of this bed's previous resident. Oh, I guess I'd put the tear on the statue? Is that really it? The statue or the other statue? I mean, it just seemed like a silly thing to do. But then again, I did feed a crow to a cat, so... maybe I shouldn't discount... silly ideas in this game. You've placed the glass tear in a hollow of the Virgin's cheek. Seems to fit perfectly. Hooray! In the eyes of a fervent devotee, it could look like a real tear. If only I could make it shine. Mirror? Piety. Please help. Oh, the mother. Our mother is crying. Oh my lord, what does it mean? What have I done? What have we done? Okay, she's running off. Well, there she goes. You must help me. What can I do? What's wrong with you? There's little time. Tell them about my pain or describe the unbearable endless pain, yet they do not listen. Pass me by without even looking at me. They say that they're praying for me, but it does not cure my ailments. But, sir, I know, but I beseech you, you'll be saving me from horrible torture. I'll be eternally indebted to you. Is that person asking what I think they're asking? I feel like I shouldn't come in here and add to their list of gravedigger related chores. Can't sure. I am very sorry, sir. Did not wish to extend your suffering, but I cannot pay for your relief at the cost of your life. You may ask me to you ask me to shoulder a terrible burden. I'll speak to Mother Elizabeth to see if there's anything more she can do for you. Understand the magnitude of what I'm asking? Thanks anyway, sir. Okay then. Yeah, exactly. Just doesn't seem quite right, you know? Mother Elizabeth, one of the patients has begged me to end his life. Is there anything you can do to alleviate his suffering? No more than is already being done by mortal hands, Mr. DeWitt. It is for God alone to decide the moment of his release. This is all I can do for him. Take this to him. Thank you, Mother. I'll leave you two duties. There was morphine in here. Can't we just... No, can't take that. So she's busy praying over here? I mean, not saying that's any better than, like, walking into a hospital and start giving the patients morphine. But, you know... Don't think the book is gonna help much. Oh, well. There's a note on the bed. Baldwin lies, 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 Baldwin lies. Wonder if they were trying to tell me something here. Noises coming from inside the coffin. What in heaven? Cannot open the coffin with my hands, the lid is nailed shut. Can't use it as a lever. Coin? Bible? No. Where'd the shovel go? Yeah, he seems to not be dead. Pretty convincing, too. Can I take that walking stick? No? Can I borrow one of the grave markers? Wait, where did the shovel go? Music box? An ancient blackthorn tree twisted by time and weather. Yes, I understood that reference. So how am I supposed to get that guy out of a coffin? I mean, could also be someone else, I guess, but... We've had 2 people, well, 3 people disappear. We've got Baldwin disappearing, we've got the older nun disappearing, and we've got that patient disappearing. So. You have achieved cheese. Nice. Worn out Bible, whose pages have become yellowed and brittle with the passing of time. I'm still testing my way through all of the local cheeses over here. I mean, this is basically cheese country. Haven't really found a specific favorite yet. But that won't stop me from trying. Yeah, there's so many different types of cheese. Yeah. There's the guy. Looks like his toolbox. Wonder if there's something useful in it. Might be able to take a look if I keep him distracted. There, you feel very distracted. Tell me about this place. Well, the construction of this building was ordered by an episcopal bishop of Aberdeen in 1805. Okay, tell me about Aberdeen. It was a place where I was born and raised, one of the biggest cities in Scotland. If you look there, you'll see King's Chapel and bunch of other stuff. Wait, you seem a bit distracted, Mr. Wit. No, don't worry about it. Tell me about Mother Elizabeth. She's pretty strict. I can tell you that much, Mr. Wit. Do not think she likes me very much either. Tell me about the mysterious guy running this place. I cannot rightly say. After all these years, I've never seen the man. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't exist. Yeah, we've heard that before. Okay. I have a tool. That should hopefully do it. The darkness of his eye. His body's petrified. He has a look of sheer terror in his eyes. Oh my god, what has happened? Talk to me. Mother Elizabeth is trying to make him come to his senses. Huh. The average cheese consumption is 22 kilos per inhabitant per year. So let's say the average person is like 80 kilograms. It's like a ballpark number you use in physics quite frequently. So every 4 years or so, you eat your entire body weight in cheese, on average. I mean, yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if my cheese consumption is higher than that. I mean, I do like some cheese. Yeah, I'm just trying to settle in, you know? Everyone else is already cheese, so... Yes, there is a good chance I have consumed more... like, a bigger amount of cheese than my own body weight. Yes. I would be kind of surprised if that wasn't the case. He's like, I do like me some cheese. A lot of my favorite dishes are cheese-based. A large, bright, and ornate key. Yes, I'm over 100% cheese. Exactly. Very bright in here. You got a gift for me. Is it cheese? Just wondering. Nice. Don't look into his eyes. Okay. Because the deepest darkness dwells in his eyes. It's probably fine. Come in, my son. Did you think you could hide these books from me? They are just classical philosophy books, Father. Plato, Aristotle. Silence! Instruments of falsehood, you mean? Fallacies coming from the snake. Now, son, get on your knees and raise your arms. Well, apologize to the Lord. Pray to the Lord. Well, well, well. Malum and Sir? There's an eye. Something just crashed into the window? Okay. Or is that window just cracking? Yeah, the window's cracking. Of the bird? Eye of the bird. Hello? Ah. Lord, your eyes burn me. I don't deserve mercy nor forgiveness. Oh Lord, have mercy on my soul. Like, got enough crosses already, or? Someone's a bit of a collector. Anyway. Who are you sending me? Is death to whom you're handing me over? Has my hourglass already run out of sand? Father Ernest? Ernest. It's been many years since I last heard that name. Since... Oh, I see. Father, I'm here to remember... I'm here to be able to remember. You have to help me, I beg you. Please. Entreaties, petitions, praying, torment, exemption, pastimes bring us just misfortune and pain. Father Ernest, I was one of your students. One of my old students, you say? It's only the Lord who teaches us. We all must follow his ordinances and disciplines. Get closer, son. Son, come pray next to me. There we go. I wouldn't do that, though. Yeah, I don't trust the guy. He has a large burn covering his eyes. He's completely blind. Despite his decrepitude, extreme thinness, and paleness, I can still recognize Father Ernest. He seems far away, like in another world. Need a Bible? Nope. Music box? Here's some music. Isn't it charming? No? Glory be to the Father, and the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. It was in the beginning, is now, and ever... No, as it was in the beginning. Is now, and ever shall be. You had bagel instead of... I mean... I guess it would be brown as well. Now, my son, tell the Lord which one in his voice. The sharp sword, the wise quill, or the delicate petal? None of the above? Delicate petal? I don't trust this guy. No, you're enveloped by sin. And now, my son, tell the Lord which one is his holy path. The wise virtue, the endless blame, or the blessed penance? The wise virtue? No, your soul lives embraced by the darkness. The faceless pilgrim, the gate guard, or the lost seaman? The faceless pilgrim? No, there is no salvation of the Lord for your soul. Now leave me alone. I have to purify my soul. Okay then. Can I come back? Just... Old razor blade stained with blood. Good sign. I'll be taking that. I know you're there. You didn't hear me? Get out of my room. Despite being blind, he preserves good hearing. Must be more careful when moving. Okay. Mumble. I'll just take tiny steps. Oh. Are you there? Didn't you hear me? Right. Okay, that floorboard seems to creak a lot. Nope, that one creaked. Dear God in heaven, I feel for you. Your light is in my eyes. I'll burn them for you. Dear God in heaven, I feel myself in you. Your eyes are my soul. I would burn it for you. Dear God in heaven, I fear myself in you. Fear. Your sword is in my hands. I will burn them for you. Dear God in heaven, I hate myself in you. Blame is in your heart. I will burn myself for you. Wow. Yeah, that's quite the poetry phase. So why do we have a bloody razor blade? Just wondering. Forgiveness on the fire. The full witnesses. Mumble. I'm not here. What are you looking at? Murmur. The eye calls me. Murmur. The full witnesses. The eye watches me. Yeah. So I'm not supposed to talk to him. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's how he blinded himself. That is possible. But I think it said it was a burn mark, so. Nope. Nope. That was too far. I'm getting greedy. There. Makeshift altar is coated in a dense layer of wax. Candles, having almost burnt out, only barely illuminate the room. Why does he even use candles if he's blind? Like, just feels like... You know, why? Doesn't feel necessary. Like, why turn on a light if you're blind? Like, completely blind as in your eyes not being there. So... Slice bananas lengthwise, fry them in lowish heat. Flip them over to the other other side, and add cheese on top. Cinnamon sugar to taste. It's a nice idea, but personally, I'm very anti-mixing sweet and savory foods. So for me, cheese is savory only. But for people who like that sort of combination, sounds nice. Cheesecakes? Well, cheesecakes are different. That's not like... Like, that's a... more of a milk product than a cheese product. If you get what I mean. Like, it's... At least the type I know is closer to, like, yogurt in flavor than to cheese. If that makes any sense. Like, it doesn't taste like cheddar or something. As far as I know, you don't just melt cheese. Yeah, it doesn't use salty cheese, exactly. So, yeah, that's different. You don't just put cheese in a cake recipe and then call it cheesecake. And if you do, then I probably wouldn't like that. So yeah, I'd say that's quite different. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with him. Strange eye-shaped symbol. Lots of eye-shaped stuff. Evil in itself. Eye of bad. I mean, I found a razor blade in this room. No, okay. Glad that's not the thing. I mean, there's probably someone out there who has made cheesecake with actual cheese. I just hope to never stumble across that person. Because that sounds like a crime against cheese. So, what's the thing exactly? Despite being blind, he preserves good hearing. Must be more careful when moving. Right. Well, if you're lactose intolerant, as far as I know, you can still eat older cheeses. So, it's not a complete crime against cheese. It's just a crime against, like, mozzarella and other younger cheeses. Because apparently stuff like Parmesan, at that point, the lactose isn't really in there anymore because of how aged it is. If I remember right. So, old razor blade stained with blood. Caramelizing foods. Yeah, that doesn't mean to cover onions and caramel. Indeed. Yeah. I don't ever want to mix onions and caramel, thanks. But you do you. Creepy image of Christ crucified. Inexplicably, it has a dark cloth covering its head. Okay. Also completely covered with crosses. A mentally ill act. Or the act of someone who collects them, I guess. Well, I can't steal the bag. I tried. Does he need a Bible? I'd assume he has one somewhere. Music box? Yeah. No. I don't think I've used the log for anything. I'm confused. Yes, true, you can't read it, but still. As I mentioned about the candles, I don't really see a reason to light up your room if you have absolutely no sight left. If you still have some sight, then obviously, but if you have absolutely no sight, as in not having eyeballs levels of, like, being completely blind, why bother lighting candles? It sounds like it would just be expensive and dangerous because you might bump into them at some point. At least if you're as clumsy as me. So, yeah. Maybe. But nobody else is allowed back here. True, you might like the scent of it. True that. He is quite close to it, so he would probably feel the warmth. He might like the ability to burn his eyes. Agreed. Can I use the razor blade on the candles? You know, razor blades and fire. It's a good combination. Wait, what am I supposed to do in here? I mean, I already read the note, so... There. Yeah, so... Feel for you, your light is in my eyes, I'll burn them for you. I feel myself in you, your eyes are in my soul, I will burn it for you. I feel myself in you. Your sword is in my hands. I'll burn them for you. I hate myself in you. My blame is in your heart. I'll burn myself for you. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, don't know what to do with this guy. I guess I just leave. I don't know. I'll just try and leave. See what happens. These are the papers in which Mother Elizabeth was working. Okay. I think I might want a hint, yes. So I am supposed to cut something. I don't think I'm supposed to cut him, because I already tried that. It says no. Cut the notes? No. Yeah, so nothing there. Carpet, there isn't one. Oh, the tapestry, yes, right, the tapestry. I totally forgot about the tapestry. Wow. For some reason, I thought I already dealt with that. Yeah, it must be the cheese. How did I forget about this? Wouldn't be able to cut it using the razor. My hands wouldn't have enough strength. There. Lodge it into the wood. There we go. Finally. But I completely forgot about that part. Finally, our expert on philosophy, Jeremiah DeWitt, shows up. Where were you, my friend? We've been looking for you. Well, as I was saying, tonight is the perfect moment for our next meeting, but I suspect that someone outside our group is secretly surveying us. Who is it, Anthony? My dear friends, it is Professor Glynn. You mean Father Ernest? Certainly, no doubt about it. Therefore, dear colleagues, I have decided to change the venue for tonight's meeting. Have you noticed the lounge behind the small door of the classroom? I've believed it convenient. Convenient to borrow the key for our necessities. You already know, at 10 o'clock, you'll find that door opened, and I'll be inside the lounge. That is it, my dearest colleagues. Vi detta när skiat. Still not sure what that means, but yeah. Remember that this furniture used to keep some of our personal belongings. Now it's empty. I mean, makes sense. They moved out. Walls are in complete disarray. You'd probably punch through it if I tried. Oh, I could punch through it. Maybe don't. Try. Dusty mirror. Remember that this was the bed where I used to sleep when I was a student here? That seemed like a bad idea. Mr. Rabbit was jumping through the forest in a warm spring afternoon. And going through a bush, Mr. Rabbit ran into Mr. Wolf, Mr. Vulture, and Mrs. Snake, who were having a heated argument. Mr. Rabbit, curious, asked them, "Dearest, why are you arguing in this beautiful, cheerful spring afternoon?" Mr. Wolf answered politely, "What are we trying to decide here is who of us will have the pleasure to eat you up." Mr. Rabbit, really scared, said, "But I do not want to be eaten, I want to live." To which Mrs. Snake answered, smiling, "That is impossible to happen, Mr. Rabbit, since we all, both you and us, are going to die sooner or later. Don't you think so?" Mr. Vulture added, "Mrs. Snake is right. We should stick to the issue at hand. It is getting late, and, as you see, we do not agree. Do you want to help us decide, Mr. Rabbit? Who would you suggest as the one to eat you?" After thinking about it for a while, Mr. Rabbit came up with an idea and carefully said, "I got it. Why not organize a race? The first who arrives to the forest clearing will have the privilege to eat me. No doubt Mr. Wolf can run at high speed, and Mr. Vulture can go flying and avoid any obstacle. I'm sure Mrs. Snake knows all the shortcuts within the forest. What do you think?" There are definitely people here. I don't like this. The three predators agreed it was fair, so they started to race and then quickly disappeared. Mr. Rabbit, happy to trick them, started running at high speed in the opposite direction of the predators, who, eager to prove their worth, didn't realize the trick. Mr. Rabbit was far away from there, and he finally felt safe, happy and proud of his cunning. But suddenly there was a loud bang. The earth shook, frightened birds flew, and everything went dark. The end. Hello, Mr. Rabbit. An impossible love. I am confused. There's something I kept to myself for a long time. The thing is that I love you. I've always loved you. Since the first time I saw you, since the first time I felt your frozen hands. Each time I move away from you, I miss your glassy, empty, dead eyes. I miss your rough hair, your greyish skin, your stench. But our love just cannot be. It is an impossible love. The end. No, not again. How long have I been sleeping? What was that all about? The nightmare found a place. A place in my memories. Time to go back, I guess. Don't you always dream about reading a short story about a rabbit that gets shot and then watch an old silent movie about a guy who works as a gravedigger and is enjoying his job a bit too much? My certain nightmare was brought to this spot. There it is. The trapdoor saw my nightmare. From here sprouts a horrible stench. There's something down there. Well! Did you see? Did you see? It was there, just in front of me. That thing, it was screaming. No, I didn't see. A decayed corpse of a young woman. It seems as if she had been devoured by an animal. He's dead, his face contorted in an expression of abject horror. The stretchers used to carry the corpses here. Who is behind all this? Yeah, it's a nice place. The walls are splattered with dried blood. Cozy. Bright in here. Right. Punctual as always, DeVitt. Now, all that remains is to introduce our guest. You may come in now, Professor. Father Ernest! Don't worry, my friend. I invited him to join us this evening. The Professor genuinely shares our curiosity, and who better to complete our group than one of the most renowned theologists. Moreover, we mustn't ban those who are willing to explore beyond the veil. The moment we have long awaited has now arrived. Please, all of you, take a seat and we shall begin the procedure. Soon shall the door be open, and then we finally see what lies beyond. I think we're going to try and, like, do some sort of weird ritual. Now I ask that you close your eyes. You'll feel a momentary prick as I inject you with the serum. Well. Even after all these years, I've not forgotten your voice. You are the fourth witness. I remember now what happened. What is that we saw? The eye of the bird. Malum in say. What happened to us? What is it that we witnessed? You must tell me. You must make me understand what my mind cannot fathom. It was our curiosity that damned us. We opened that which should not be opened. In doing so, we shorn the veil that separated our world from his. Seeking vision, we were ourselves seen by the eye of the bird. Yeah, they mentioned it earlier, but I did already forget that again, so thanks for the reminder. It remembers us. It looks for us. It calls us from its dark nest, from its abominable lair. All these years I've attempted to return to it, but I have no strength left. These poor wretched creatures are too fragile. They lack the right to return, the sight to return. Not one of them has, only us, the four witnesses. Who are the other two? Where are they? They disappeared as you did. I haven't heard from any of you. But I was seized by curiosity. It absconded with my faith and deprived me of my sanity. Oh, Lord, forgive me, for I have sinned. Nothing remains. All that is left is surrender to him. Bravely have we sinned, and now our only absolution is to burn in the flames. Well, there he goes. Malum. In. So. Well, he burned pretty fast. Well. I believe we just got murdered. Or buried alive. Sleep well. Hope you won't have any dreams inspired by this game. Yep, that sounds like being buried alive. Uh-huh. Oopsies. And episode 3. Memories was funded by 450 backers. Nice. Next episode. Wait. No, that's continuing the previous episode. Episodes. Episode 3. There. Previously on the last door. We got buried alive. Yay. After the death of his old friend, we decided to travel back to the old school. He meets his old teacher, Father Ernest. He remembers the experiment they all attempted that had terrible consequences. Father Ernest worships the eye of the bird, a vision resulting from the experiment. He killed many people trying to replicate its results. Those who saw the eye Then he calls the four witnesses. When discovered, Ernest immolates himself. So, he set himself on fire. Finally, Ernest's servant knocks DeWitt out and buries him alive. Okay. Glad we got that cleared up. All is darkness and panting. All is cold. All is silence. Yeah. There we go. Nice of them to not actually bury us. Wait, I think we might finish this game in one go. We'll see. Yeah, the music is nice. Okay. Where are we? Jeremiah, we must talk. With your mother deceased, arrangements have to be made regarding your upbringing. A man of my position and responsibility can't take the time to look after a young boy. First thing in the morning, you'll depart for Scotland. I'm sending you to study at the St. Gal boarding school in Aberdeen. You need not bother to write, as I will not have the time to read your letters. Well, isn't he a charmer? Like, oh, by the way, you're a burden. Have a good day elsewhere. Still, no letters for you, DeWitt. Please, do not persist any further. Pleased to meet you, my new classmates. Who's that? Him? Oh, that's just DeWitt. Name no mind, he's a little odd. Interesting. No, I have not. We're just on episode 3, so the Dora apocalypse might still happen any day now. Hello, I'm Anthony. Anthony Beechworth. This is my first term here. I've only just arrived. He's the guy who, died in episode 1. Hope we can be friends. That blood or carpet? Maybe a bit of both. What is happening? Wait, I've got a ticket? The 4 witnesses. The 4 witnesses, number 4. Okay. I wonder how this got in my pocket. A ticket to see a play called The 4 Witnesses. Huh. My head is pounding. I feel so weak and thirsty. If I don't drink water soon, I will faint. Dear Lord, where am I? drink some water on his behalf. There. Let's go. Eyes close, ears muffle, and voices hush in the land that loves silence. Okay. We walk quite slowly. Okay. I'm in a city. Is it Aberdeen? How could I have escaped? Guessing we didn't. Cheapest potatoes in town. That's what that person said. Watercress for sale. Well, text speed is quite fast. I mean, for me, Googling is a slow process because I probably get distracted. Please, sir, can you give me some water? This ain't a charity, Taff. I only sell to paying customers, so cough up or get out. I've got a ticket. No. Young man, can you please tell me where I am? Nope. Nope, he cannot. The cart blocking the alley won't be able to pass until it has been moved. An indigent? I don't know. In ragged clothing sits leaning against the brickwork. Can't talk to that one though. Young man sleeps under a filthy blanket. Seems like a very nice place. Young woman suffers difficulty breathing. Cozy place. What is this person selling? Horse meat for sale. Sure. Please, I need water. Get out of here, drunk. I'm not drunk, I just need water. There's a man staring at me from amidst the crowd. Something in his countenance seems strange to me. What crowd? Is it this guy? Oh, yeah, it is. It is definitely that one. Okay. What's his deal? Please, ma'am, could you tell me where I am? You don't know where you're at? Why? This is the old Nicole Street Rookery. A darker, more decrepit place like never there was. Oh boy, that's some interesting sentence structure. But that's in London. How could I have arrived in this slum? Okay. From a pipe flows grimy water full of soot. Let's drink it. The water's foul odor is repulsive, but I'm overcome with thirst. Much better. Nope. Maybe not. have fainted. It's dangerous to be in Old Nicole at night. I should make my way out as quickly as possible. Well, at least we can walk faster now. Okay. This is a place. Oh, of course, we're switching to totally real German. Hell, written like in the actual German spelling. Doctor, written in the English spelling. Wakefield, which is a very English name, is here to see you. Mein Herr, written in German. So, Sir Dr. Wakefield is here to see you, my sir. So, yeah. Show him in, Hertz. But yeah, it's always quite silly to... Oh. The thing where... To signify that they're speaking a different language, they use the easiest words in that language and the difficult words in English. Like, saying hello in German, but then saying everything else in English. That kind of thing. So, it is about your patient, is it not? There's no trace of him. He hasn't shown up for his last few sessions. I've been in his house, of course. His landlady assured me he went on a trip weeks ago and hasn't come back home. He kept the destination to himself. Then it's happening as I feared. What do you mean? I'm sorry, my dear friend. First thought of this when you described your sessions with the vet. But I didn't want to upset you without need, as I hoped for the best. Now I'm afraid my suspicion could be true. Now some things I will have to verify first, though. I promise that I will contact you as soon as I have learned anything important. Please. Sir Doctor, is the utmost importance. No one else knows of this matter. Like, wouldn't it be kind of weird to, like, just say the title in your native language and then just speak to them normally? Because it does seem like this... what was it? Like, psychologist, therapist, whatever. Anyway, like, that person does not speak German. So the random Herr in there is like... Why? Well, in German you do say Herr Doktor, but like... It's just kind of like... Why though? It's like saying someone's name in a different language than the language you're speaking to them. A different language than their native language. Like... Eh? No, that wouldn't be a noble title. As far as I know. Just saying it's strange. It's very strange. So, it is of the utmost importance no one else knows of this matter. No. No, that's just the German word for sir. Or Mr. or like... Yeah. It's, like, used to refer to an adult man. You have my total discretion. But yeah, it's just strange how sometimes it feels like not even the writers know which language they're speaking at the time. Like, are they just trying to show that they have a German accent? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it's a very formal thing, like, sir. It's also, like, something they would, write, like, on letters. So, they would have, like, hell and then your name. Unless you have a bunch of academic titles, then I wouldn't say the first part, I think. But sometimes they do. But yeah. Yeah, I think it's a stereotype. I'm just saying that it's very strange. Especially since so many of these things are in German. I always tend to have issues placing German accents when they're not authentic. So, as an example, in the movie The Rocky Horror Picture Show, the Doctor is supposed to be speaking with a German accent. But, like, he doesn't, though? So, for me, when I watched it, I did not get that that was supposed to be a German accent. I only found out later, like, I think I was watching an interview about the musical, like, there they mentioned that about the character, but, like, there are so many times where there's fake German accents and I just don't notice. Even though it's my, like, I speak German. But I don't recognize fake German accents. So, anyway. I feel like I've been walking these streets for hours. Surely, I must be close to finding my way out of this. Labyrinth. Didn't notice that sentence wasn't over. Whoopsies. Well, my point is, if it's a fake German accent, then it tends to just be way off. And in some cases also very inconsistent, and it doesn't have the usual, like, key features of a real one. So, like, a pretty common one is not being able to pronounce the TH sound of the. Stuff like that. Die Hard, I don't think I've ever watched it in English. I think I've only ever watched the dubbed version. So, I don't know. It's been years, so I don't remember. It's just rubbish, rotten scraps of food and discarded papers. Oh, there's the guy. But yeah, a lot of the time the German accents are just way off. It feels like so many people are just convinced they can do a perfect German accent, but their German accent is based on other bad German accents. It's very dark, I don't dare to go in. Fine. We need to find a lamp. I'll find one eventually. Oh. Butcher's shop. Yeah, cuts of rancid meat lie discarded on the butcher's block. Nice. Oh, there's a fly. Metal plate is planted in the wall. I didn't know better. I'd say it was a bolt hole? I am confused. Old rusty oil lamp sits empty in the corner. No, it doesn't belong to anybody. You're welcome to take it if you like. I'm not sure what good it'll do without any oil, though. I'll take that. Sure thing. But yeah, like, I wouldn't even say I can do a good German accent because I tried so hard to get rid of mine. So I just ended up with this, which some people still recognize as having a slight German accent. But, like, doing an overly strong German accent, I can't really do that on purpose. So. It's like... just trying to do stuff wrong on purpose, it just doesn't really work for me. Like, yeah. You may keep my miserable kingdom, you may keep my spike-encrusted jewels. Stay there as you will and stare into my eyes. I am a shadow's shadow and will not disappoint. Okay. Well, it's foggy out here. Or smoky. Okay. I get lost in the fog. If I'm to make my way through it, I will need to orient myself somehow. Yeah. Well, it can be fog and smoke at the same time. London did burn down at least once. Pretty sure that was quite smoky. Fires tend to have that effect. Yeah, smog as well. Boarded up window of a rundown house. Dust smears the glass, preventing me from seeing the interior. This area is quite large. Yeah, it didn't burn that recently, but still. What is this? Is it a furnace or something? Okay. Okay, that's these two. That's these two. These two. And these two. Wait. Why does that not flip this one? That's weird. That one does flip. Ah, there we go. A bottle of gin. It's empty, but it may be of some use. Sure, I'll take that. Glass Essentier? I'm not quite sure what that is. Well, it worked. I had a hint of strategy in there, but not much. Liquids are poured into the top, and then impurities removed through a valve at the bottom. Right, that thing. I'll just try and fill up my bottle with it. No. Machine is old and in disrepair. It appears to be some sort of filtering machine. Despite its condition, it seems to have been used just recently. Yeah, I got stuff in here. That's a good start. Rusted out drums, empty. Remains of a horse hang by a hook affixed to the wall. Its blood drains, seeping into the floorboards. Ah, right. Thanks for looking that up. Like, I think I've seen one of those before, but like, I don't think I've ever heard the word for it. Or at least something that, like, uses the same type of technique. Glass is fogged over, but for a handprint left on the surface. Don't really see the handprint, but okay. So where am I going to get oil for my lamp? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a nice rest of your day. You hear them? It's the crows searching for the moans of the weak and dying. They're calling to each other. Must have found something. The streets are confusing to navigate. I'm afraid I've lost my way. Could you help direct me out? Yes, lost one. I can give you direction. I've been gifted with the second sight. I can peer deep into your past and unwind the tapestry of your fate. Would you like me to close my eyes so that yours may be opened? I don't have any money. Money's of no matter. Here, come close to me now. Okay. She didn't tell me what to do, so I'll just... The mask, empty eyes stare at you, and a voiceless mouth calls you. Its lips twist and snarl with what it has seen, what is still to be seen. You think it is a stranger's face, but it is your own. The Walker. You've embarked upon a great journey, but this path has been walked by you before. You step in your own footprints inside a circle of fire. The Puppet. Threads hanging from an immense hand of dust converge upon a single point, your mind, where memories, oblivions, and shadows cluster as one. It is your friend and foe, your home and your prison. Okay. I don't understand. What does it all mean? I can't unpick these ones. The threads you have woven in destiny are too tight, child. But you will. Oh yes. You will. It's not for me to say, but for you to discover. Remember, in the fog, we see only what is closest to us. The bird remains in the distance. If you wish to leave, you must follow the path of the bird. No more direction can I give. Okay. Following a man, he must have passed this way. How is that man? Tall, well-dressed, red-haired, had a cold look in his eyes. The nightmare of which we don't talk about. All of us, asleep or awake. We've seen that man at some time. Okay. So they're all dreaming of a man with red hair running around. Okay. Please tell me how to get out of this place. Get out. There's no way to exit the fog. We can only wander around and get lost in it. In the fog, all the stars die. Okay. Pardon me, I must go. You'll need a map to guide your steps. Farewell. Did I get a map? No? Would have been nice if I'd been given a map. Yes, the music is very dramatic. There's the fog again. The foggiest of fogs. Okay, that sounds like the way to ocean. Supposed to follow the birds. No, that didn't work. Got lost. Fine. Yeah, too dark. Still need to find oil in the match. I mean, considering the first part just took me 1 hour. And it's now almost 4 hours. Feels like the game has gotten trickier, or I've just gotten worse. Where am I supposed to get oil and a match? I thought I'd already been everywhere. Oh. There is no more oil, just stains of dirt. Okay, so... it's a start. Now I don't collect the blood. Can you use animal fat with an oil lamp? Who knows? The embers look as though they'll soon extinguish. Let's make her warm with this welcome. Or, though the embers look like they'll soon extinguish. Can I use it to light my lamp? Yeah. So I could use that to light it. I just need to find something to get oil out of. One there. Aha! Rats. Letters seem to have been inscribed with an oily grime. It reads rats. Not sure if it's a warning or an exclamation. Sewers flooded with ankle-deep pools of water, or pool of water, and there's oil on the surface. Just scoop some of that. Now we just need to go and fraction it. But yeah, I did something similar to that in lab class. Pour the contents of the bottle into the thingy. The oil floats to the surface. When I open the valve, I will drain the water until the water has been removed. Yep, that's it. I've extracted all of the water. And I'll just fill up my lamp. Fill the lamp with the oil. Hope it'll be enough to last the night. Nice. Now I just need to light it. Maybe I'm not that bad after all. Nice. It worked. Nope, still more doors to go. Eventually there will be a last door, but not yet. Portrait of a gentleman with a distant look seems vaguely familiar. Giant staircase. Bottle of Saint Emilion Grand Cru. It's covered in dust. Yes, that. I'm guessing it's alcohol. Because that level of silly names tends to be reserved for alcohol. Mold covers the wood stacked in this shed. Maybe they shouldn't have left it outside. Judging by the resin oozing out of the surface of this tree trunk, it appears to have been recently chopped down. Door is locked, I can't even move it. Maybe. Doesn't say, so... just an old bottle of it. Now my eyes focus in the gloom, I can see that the person sitting on the bed is an elderly woman. She's just dressed up as a young girl for some reason. She appears not to hear or see me from here. I'll have to get closer if I'm to explain myself. Old wardrobe. Reflection. No, my reflection stares back at me through the grime. Something amongst the embers. Can't put my hand in or burn myself, but there is something in there. No, I don't want to dance and sing anymore. It's enough for today. I want my lemonade. I want to play. I think she's doing great. Actually, madam, I'm afraid I've never met you before. I don't know who you are. Don't you recognize me? No, madam, I'm afraid I do not. I'm very sorry. No, not at all. It's fine. It's been a while since I last performed, I suppose. But don't you forget, I'm the little Catty, the great little Catty, singer, dancer, the golden girl of London's music halls. I want to get out of this place. Hide and seek! Oh, I do love games. I go to the fog when I want to get away. Daddy wouldn't find me there, you see. In the fog, there are no faces. I don't think she'll be able to help me. I'm looking for a gentleman. He's well dressed with red hair. Do you know him? He led me to this place. No, father. Wait. Which meaning of the word father does she mean here? Whatever. I've been practicing the latest repertoire as you ordered. Yeah, it seems her father. I've behaved very well today, haven't I? Let's play. Yeah. Now stand next to the fireplace and count to 3. What's that on the bed? March 8th, 1843. I'm exhausted. Father made me rehearse for 8 hours. By the end, the music wavered with his trembling hands. Still a long time for the day of the show, but he insisted that everything must be perfect. One more song, he said over and over. Father got really mad at me, and he started to shout when, after many hours of rehearsal, I said I wanted to get out and play a little bit in the street. More and more, he's obsessed with rehearsing, with concerts, with perfection. We're not the one who earns the money to feed us. We're not the one people come from all over to see and admire. Is my name not the one printed on all the posters? My name. The dolls for sale at the theatre entrance. They have my likeness, my dress, my beautiful hair. I should be the one who makes the decisions. One more song. Yes, one more. One last song for you, Papa. Okay. It is still the same year. Wasn't sure about that. Next to the fireplace, there. 1, 2, 3. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? Well, she's not very good at hide and seek, is she? Nothing's happening. 1, 2, 3. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? Oh. That's not hide and seek. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more song and he's murdered. What the blazes just happened? My head, it's pounding. Where did she go? A pile of things on the floor after Catty's disappearance. There's a mask. I'll just take that. It's a porcelain mask. It broke when it fell. All the distorted features, there's a grotesqueness to them. Don't like to look at it. And look, underneath the mask, a photograph. Yeah, her and her father. It has a note. Little Catty Show. And there's a girl lit up by spotlight in a musical hall singing to live piano. Wardrobe is locked. Good. And there's laughter. Another good sign. The sitter is a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her features are sharp and aristocratic. How can you have aristocratic features? I mean, like, in some senses of the word, exactly. There were certain facial features that, for example, the Habsburgs apparently ended up portraying quite, noticeably. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the chin, I think there was an underbite issue as well. Like, Yeah. It looks like the lyrics to a song titled The Last Song for You. The verses are scrawled so poorly as to make them illegible. This cage must have housed a huge bird. Only a feather remains. Can't reach the feather from here. The piano is so dusty. I dare say it hasn't been played in years. I wonder if it still works. Something is preventing one of the keys from depressing. There's a key hidden under the key. A key. Can't unlock the cage. Cage has no keyhole. Fine. Doorknob is missing. But it's not locked, it's just missing a doorknob. Hello? No. Did I not pray enough? Have I not written faithfully every last note you screwed into me? Middle C up to A, measure G up to C, tied, F, second violin, bar 2, middle C up to A, double note E, G, C. No. This was supposed to be our masterpiece. Viola C up an octave, and then up to G. What? Who do you think you are? You're blind. No, are you blind, man? Can't you see that I'm creating the angel's voice, the work? See, it's A, an octave higher. A fragile voice flutters around the strophe. No. Hands swallow you, laugh at you. I lost it again. Are you alright, sir? My inspiration, too, is lost, quite lost. In the fog, the notes moan, just her. Who was she? Oh, beautiful Daphne. The best soloist that a composer could have. The voice of an angel. What made my music possible. She would stand there by the wind caressed her cheeks, it danced in her golden hair, her dress glowed like an ember in the dusk sun. Okay. Fun fact, that's, like, it's used in German to refer to music stuff. So, it would be, I think, the first, like, you know the stuff between the chorus of a song? So, the first verse, for example? Like, everything up until the chorus, basically. Yeah, so. So, yeah, that would be that word in German. What happened to her? She was very delicate, like a flower in the desert, like a petal in the storm, the sickness. It just swept her away. Her voice, my God, her voice. It came from heaven. She was the angel of my music. Okay. The mausoleum outside the house? Is that where she's buried? That's right. I have visited her many nights, and have even slept beside her on the cold, wet stone floor. Okay. I'm following a man. Come to think of it, maybe he's following me. He has a red beard, wears a cape. Sometimes I find this man too among my notes. I feel him close to me at times. Okay. Please, I need to get out of this place. You ask me for words, but words are betrayers, they're dirty. Music, just music remains beautiful. But it's a prisoner inside us all. We must set it free. I can't help you now, not until my work is finished. My work is the important thing. She was my only inspiration. Okay, I'm gonna go. Let music and singing surround you, my man. Okay. Sure. Paper bound up in a roll. It seems to be a discarded musical score. Just take that. Painting of a beautiful young lady with a peaceful expression. She looks like one of Raphael's angels. Taylor's mannequin? Why is it beside the window? Probably because of the guy trying to recreate his experience with that lady. The wallpaper is torn. Looks like it. I'll just see myself out. Maybe I can use the scroll to get the feather? If I blow through the paper roll, maybe I can manage to make the feather fly. Yeah, that worked. Sure. Got it. It's a big black feather with some grey spots on the base. Nice. I mean, I was just thinking about, like, using the rolled up paper to, like, push the feather towards us, but this worked. So... Right, this was locked. Key. Keyhole's too big for such a small key. Fine. Yes, this is episode 3. A worn-out coat hangs on the rack. In one of its pockets is a pair of gloves. I'll take that. Maybe I can use that to grab the thing from the fire? You know, the gloves totally won't catch fire. Good enough. A doorknob? Nice. Just what I needed. Don't like the laughter. Laughter's coming from behind the curtains. I can faintly see the outline of a figure on the other side. It's a porcelain doll with lifelike proportions. The face has been removed, leaving her featureless. But its its wig shines brightly as though of human hair. Put the face back. No? Okay. Record is scratched. It's repeating on a loop. Do I tickle the mannequin? Maybe that's how I make it stop laughing. Oh, the record is the laughter. Right. Maybe I put the wig on... the thing in here? And the face? I'll have to repair it, okay? Hmm. Where could I use that key? Big wall mirror. So covered in dust that I can't recognize my own face. Yeah, let's just assume that's why we can't recognize our own face. When planks are blocking the window, I can only see part of the outdoors. But I'm pretty sure we're not actually here. Just got a sneaking suspicion. Right, border is locked. There. I'll take that dress. So how do I repair this thing? Broken porcelain mask, yeah. What sort of glue could I possibly find for it? That's just the way out, right? Yeah. I can go back outside. Just not sure I should, because, like, it feels like it should be in here. Feather? No. Why do I have the feather? Because that's definitely weird. I'll just put that dress on the mannequin. Don't mind me. Yes, just right. Looks more and more like the young woman in the painting. Yes, almost. Doesn't have a face, though. Hmm. Put the mask back? No. With the hair removed, the doll's even more unsettling. Great. Why is it in the bathtub? Just wondering. Why have a life-size porcelain doll in your bathtub? Maybe the guy will need the feather. It's like... Maybe it's just a quill, who knows. Well, good question. I'd say having a life-size porcelain doll collection is a strange habit, but there are people collecting even stranger things, so... And I don't mean the show. Pictures collapsed from the wall. Okay. Oh, right, the sap. I forgot. No? Feather? Eh. Managed to coat the feather with the resin. There we go. I've stuck the pieces together with the resin. This face reminds me of a girl from the paintings. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the porcelain dolls, like, some of them are okay, but some of them are just not right. Like, if you try and go too realistic with it, it just doesn't work out. There. Daphne, you're back! You figment of my melancholic mind. Are you the ghost of my dying music? No, it doesn't matter, because you're with me again. And I now know exactly how to compose my masterpiece. Please take my violin, now I've completed my work. I no longer have use for it. It needs to be with her. Go to the mausoleum and place the violin where her heart lies. The angel of my music will guide you. Here, take the key to the mausoleum, my friend. Okay. Will do. Let music and singing surround you, my man. Look for the Simurg. What? Alright then. I'll just be on my way. Nothing strange going on here. A benevolent mythical bird in Persian mythology. Okay. That feels oddly specific. Considering we're supposed to be in London. Here lies an angel. A great pity must be felt for those who did not hear her. Pity for those not blessed with her naive grace, not shaken by her heavenly voice, trembling their souls into divine ascendance. Here lies Daphne. God rest her soul. So I think that was her father? Or we just saw her ghost? I was asked to leave the violin close to Daphne's heart, but she isn't here anymore. The sarcophagus is broken. What on earth is the coffin? It could have done this. A trail of soil leads from the sarcophagus to this hole. Was the coffin transported through here? Okay. It's locked. Alright then. What was that? Maybe we can see something if I look into the keyhole. Maybe you get your eyes stabbed out. I wouldn't trust that. Darkness is there, nothing more. What was that? Just ignore it. Okay. Made it back here. Can't see anything through the dirty window panes. Of course, I got jump scared. With the help of River, the Nea Daphne hid from the sun in the shadowy mists. She changed her skin for strong bark, so her heart was forever concealed. Her dance frozen in the rustle of 1,000 leaves. Okay. Okay. Books with unpronounceable names. I'll just walk along. Myths and legends this time. Norse tales, Greek, ancient, Sumerian, others that I don't recognize. Some of these scripts I've never seen. A type of female spirit presiding over fountains, wells, springs, streams, brooks, and other bodies of water. Okay. I feel like I might have heard of that, just... well, not the English term for it. That's a human shape. Beg your pardon, sir, if I've startled you. What are you doing here, sitting in the dark? Why, I'm reading these marvelous books. In the dark? But how can you see the words without any light? That is the only way to see them, really. That is, if you want to see the words on the other side of the page. The words from the shadows. The shadow always hides from the light, you know? So they can only be read in darkness. You the owner of this bookshop? Goodness no, the bookshop doesn't belong to anyone. Not since I found it here. I'm just a guest, an explorer of these ancient tomes. Pardon the interruption, sir. I'll leave you to your reading. I was trying to press that one. Have you seen a man pass this way? He's got red hair, tall, wears a cape. Oh, yes. I know of whom you speak. I see him here from time to time, perusing the books. He would pick one off the shelf, glance at it, and put it back. He and I never spoke, though. Why do you ask? Can you tell me which book this man perused? Let me think. Ah, yes, I recall. I recall him looking at Unexplored Places of the Empire, an excellent tome. Very revealing and very rare. This bookshop is very fortunate to have a copy in its collection. Not sure where it is now, but I'm sure it can't be far. Okay. I guess I could try the other dialogue option. I see him sometimes, but he slips away whenever I try to meet him. I feel as if he's guiding me towards something. That may be so. We each have our own white rabbit to lead us through lost places. Yeah. I hear a woman's voice in the distance. Sounds as if she's singing a lullaby. We do have a missing corpse of a singer, so... Book lies on the floor. Its spine reads, Unexplored Places of the Empire. Page has been marked. The Place of the Eternal Fog, also known as Zai La. It is a unique bay in the east of Balashwar, near the jungles of Bengala. It's surrounded by tall snow-capped mountains, usually covered in mist. The waters of the bay are very dangerous and rarely visited. Sounds like a great place. What's that? Remains of a coffin. Looks like it was burst from the inside. Oh, that's good. A massive dead tree. How it could have formed inside this building without sunlight? Is that the other part of the coffin? Yeah. Something caught in the branches. Appears to be a page torn from the book below. Songs of Sinla. Page to which has been open... Which was open has been torn out, but the remaining fragment identifies the song as the search for Simurg. Okay, so how am I gonna get that? Can I climb the tree somehow? Oh, I can go down there. Surprisingly lush vegetation covers the place. I don't recognize the species these plants belong to. Cracked wall. The line has grown through it. I'll just keep on going. A note partly obscured by mud. I mustn't fall asleep. I hear them crawling. I hear them gnawing. Rats. Too many of them. They know I'm here. I mustn't fall asleep. They stalk me, coming closer and closer. I can see their blood-red eyes glimmering in the darkness. I mustn't fall asleep. Okay. Ragged clothes. Caked with mud and full of holes. Okay. Dead roots of a once great tree fill the cavernous sewer. Strange green moss covers the surface. There's a crack along its length. Huh. Okay. The violin has disappeared amongst the roots, as if swallowed up. Trunk seems to be expanding. Well, that's good. That noise came from above. Crack closed. After placed the violin inside, as if swallowing the instrument. Incredibly, seems to move as if growing before my very eyes. Yeah, that's normal. Perfectly normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. Let's just go back up. No reason. What's over here? Don't fall asleep. Sure. Ah, rats. We're back here again. The tree has grown. So the branches have crashed through the window and into the street. Okay. Is that a good thing? Who knows? So what do I do now? Do I just go back outside? Guess so. Oh, what's that? Fine, we already read that. Don't really see the tree. Weird. So now what? Still have the ticket. The sheet captured in the branch is gone now. From where is that strong light coming? Okay. Window's been broken in the tree's branches. By the tree's branches and a sudden growth, intense rays of light stream into the bookshop. So... what do I do with that information? I guess I go into the fog. Maybe the fog has lifted. Doesn't seem like it. Nope, doesn't work. I feel like I might need a hint, because, like, there must be something I'm forgetting. Like, I've used up all my items except the ticket I got at the start. And I don't remember being told to work on any other quests, so... do I just run around and hope for something to have changed? Because, like, this is the last place where I had some semblance of a direction. Like, do I just go outside and look for the other part of the tree? Because I haven't found it. Maybe outside the mausoleum? Just seems a bit random at this point. And the guy who was writing the music seemed like he didn't want to be disturbed, so... Yes, still have the eyeballs. Yes, yes. We're in chapter 3 now, so... but I think I'll see if I can find myself a hint. Because I'm feeling a bit confused. Alright. I'm guessing I'm towards the end of the chapter. Yeah, dealt with the guy with the violin. Mausoleum. Okay. Yeah, so I'm supposed to look around. Um, so it seems... there we go. I just hadn't checked here. The paper sheet captured in the branches is now within my reach. There we go. It seems like a strange, random location for the roots to come out. I didn't expect to have to just search the entire area, but... On the page is a strange poem. First into the wind, they sought for the king, but lost were the birds when they swept... when they wept in suffering, and flew to the sea, compelled by a need. They found their silence, their quest was complete. Ah. Hello. Where's he going now? Into the fog? Alright. Let's go. I don't see him. Well, maybe don't follow Josh into the fog, because, seems kind of sketchy. I don't see the guy who we followed out into this area. So... yeah, the sounds. So it's not the crows, because I tried that, I think. That's wind? Is that it? Oh, yeah, the wind. So... wind. They sought for the king, but lost were the birds. Okay. No, wrong. Like, I've been trying to do that before. Like, the lady earlier said something about following birds, but that didn't work out. No, that's ocean. We need wind. There. They sought for the king, but lost were the birds. That's water. Ah. I mean, that's birds. So... go towards the birds. Yep. They wept in suffering and flew to the sea. That might have been the sea. Oh, no, that's it. And... found their silence, their quest was complete. is this? Okay then. Thanks for stopping by. I don't like giant mysterious statues. That seems like silence. Okay. My quest is supposedly complete. Oh, yep, there's the guy. Okay. Your ticket, please. There you go. Thank you. Please come in. Will do. Yeah, why does that one not have a head? I'll just find my way towards the theater. Ah, there we go. Hello, Jeremiah. I knew you would find us eventually. Welcome to our humble performance. You were part of the group. You don't remember my name, do you? I'm Alexandria. Wait, what is this all about? What do you want from me? From you? Nothing, dear Jeremiah. It is you who came here searching for answers. It is the same as when you joined our group. We each came with our own reasons. Do you remember yours? True philosophy. Indeed. It was our thirst for knowledge that drew us together. No one waits for us out there, dear Jeremiah. There is no one who will care for us when our hour comes. Our hour. That's a good combination of words. Anyway. We had been alone. Until now. How did I end up in London after being buried in the boarding school? The bird protects us. It is by his design that we should meet again. But when we are not the only ones to take shelter beneath his wings. His influence and power is ever expanding, ever reaching. Do you not feel him beckoning? I only want to wake from this nightmare. This is no nightmare. This is a show, a performance. The truth we seek lies beyond the curtain. Now we have crossed the point of no return. The lights are on, the stage is set, and soon you shall meet the actors. Welcome. That's more than 4 people. Okay. This belongs to you. Okay. There. That's my mouse cursor. Alright. That was episode 3. Time for the last one. Think we can manage. Dearest Dr. Wakefield, if you're reading this, then you've followed my instructions to arrive at the agreed upon address. Good. I apologize I could not accompany you immediately. My own investigations have demanded a certain unanticipated degree of attention. I've determined that your patient, DeWitt, is in serious trouble. I will contact you with more information post-haste. In the meantime, discretion is of the utmost importance. Your friend, Johann Kaufmann. $1,471 backers now. Wow. Yes, it was a very German name. A very, very German name. Which is why I pronounced it very, very German. Because it needed to be pronounced that way. It's the only proper way to pronounce it. So, previously, after escaping from his burial, DeWitt finds himself in a cellar of London's darkest slum, the Old Nicole Rookery. In his pocket he has a ticket for a show called The Four Witnesses. Fair enough. Hope you sleep well. DeWitt walks through the misty streets, following a strange man who seems to guide him. He learns the legend of the Simurgh, the king of birds. Following his trail through a dreamlike land of fog, DeWitt finally meets Alexandre, a member of the secret group DeWitt and his friends had at school. Alexandre welcomes DeWitt and speaks of an entity called the Bird that has been calling them ever since the experiment they conducted back then. The one where they took some substances. There's no turning back. Okay. I've made my mind. I'm ready. Go on, do it. Do it. Do it. Do what? Play the intro. Okay. Come on, play the intro. I am definitely liking the game. It's nice and spoopy. Stars. Can you see all these stars twinkling in the black outer abyss? All the constellations traced by human eyes in long distant eras. Look now to the forest in the valley, to the old tower. From the last tree in the distance, the stars in the sky. And even the stones beneath our feet are just silhouettes that hide the truth from our poor senses. Ancient shadows that hang over the veil that hides the world. As if it were the curtain of a theatre, the veil separates the truth from the lie. The veil is a place to it, a place of mists. Anthony's great abilities brought you here, but his influence will soon fade away. The mask of lies will descend over your eyes once again. You must find the door as I did. The last door. The door that gives passage through the veil. Open it and we will walk together beyond the mist. I am intrigued. Alright, so that's the two doctors again. I suppose you're wondering why I called you so urgently. Can't deny it. Your letter was truly mysterious. I've been travelling, Doctor, to Scotland. Have you heard about the massacre of St. Gall? Well, yes. The tragic event has been the continued object of speculation and grim rumour in every newspaper in England. For weeks now, pamphlets have claimed that all kinds of macabre things took place. But I don't understand. How is all this connected with my patient? He was there. I'm afraid he's one of the victims. Dear God. Oh, we're playing as him now. I mean, we did see stuff from his perspective earlier, but now actually playing as him. Did we get dialogue options before? I can't remember. Are you telling me my patient has been murdered? Murdered? Thankfully, no. Please excuse me for alarming you. I did not mean to give you this impression. He was attacked, but survived. What happened to him then? It seems the criminal was caught by DeWitt. Like, it just feels so weird to say how in between of all the English, so that's why I'm skipping it. Was caught by DeWitt in the midst of the act. Then he tried to do the same thing to DeWitt that he had done to the others. Fortunately, the nuns arrived in time to unearth him from the coffin. He was hospitalized. The nurses report he remained unconscious for an entire day. What was he doing there? Many years ago, the St. Gall Hospital was a boarding school. It appears that both your patient and Mr. Beechworth... No, I don't want to do a Java update right now. That's not really the right time for that. Thanks for the option, though. You know, just the giant, like, hey, you want to do this update right now? Pop-up thing? That was from, like, back in the Vista days. Great timing. Yeah, totally good time for an update. Anyway, it appears that both your patient and Mr. Beechworth spent a part of their youth together there. We can assume that DeWitt was investigating something. He believed he had found a clue related to his friend's death. What was the cause of those awful deaths? No one knows for sure. The victims were inflicted with terrible wounds. All of them had an expression of utmost terror on their faces. I suspect you did not find Mr. DeWitt in the hospital? Indeed. He was already gone by the time I arrived. I've not been able to determine his whereabouts since. I see. What conclusions do you draw from all these circumstances? I have some theories, but I would prefer not to reveal them until events have unfolded. In all of them, there is a fundamental element whose role has not yet been revealed. And what leads you to this conclusion? It is something that the Holy Sisters found beside DeWitt within the coffin. An empty, hypodermic needle with traces of an unknown substance. Episode 4, Ancient Shadows. I'm sure this is the place. Alexandra's house must be just ahead. Great. Latched. Can't open it from this side. No one's answering. Perhaps I should go inside anyway. I'll just tell the household that I'm an old friend come to visit. Hello? Anyone home? Footsteps. There must be someone upstairs. Well, let's go upstairs then. Hello? Somebody in here? Try the room in the back. Nope. Looks empty. Oh, that looks like blood. Looks like some kind of red-tinged glass. Red-tinted glass cover used to mask the lamp. Completely shattered on the floor. Oh, it's a dark room. Or it was. It's a big book of home chemistry recipes. A few pages have been bookmarked and some articles are underlined. Collodium for photography. Collodium is the vehicle by which the photographic chemicals are united upon the surface of the glass and the sensitive coating produced. Many formulae are published for this article to which great value is attached, some supposing that that to its peculiar composition belong the principal causes of failure or success. This is only in a degree true. To develop a positive image. This is done by pouring upon the plate about 1 ounce of the vitriol spirit solution and only then adding 5 or 6 drops of the cyanide acid. And the plate must be thoroughly washed in water to remove any excess of the chemicals. Causes of failure. They would almost require a chapter by themselves. A long experience convinces us that 9 out of every 10 failures occur from a want of care, the presence of dirt, negligence. One cannot be over nice, careful, or cleanly. Best results always rewarding the most painstaking. If a mistake is made in the order specified in the formula, quickly flow clean water over the plaque and start again. Okay. Get a jar containing yellow substance, labeled cyanide. Neat. But then again, the light bulb doesn't work anymore. So. Water. Pictures hanging from a cord. They look as if they were improperly developed. You can hardly distinguish anything. Huge chest made of oak wood. Make of oak wood, yes. So in here then. Ah, there we go. Alexandra. Sorry, I totally walked past your room. Alexandra, it's me, DeWitt. I'm sorry I startled you. Is everything alright? Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? Are you hurt, maybe? Can you stand? He's staring blankly at some distant point, as if he has not heard my question at all. You told me I should come here, and I came as soon as I could. Can you tell me what's happening here? Gives no answer, but persistently stares at something nearby. Appears to be in some kind of hypnotic trance. When I was downstairs, I sworn I heard footsteps. Were they yours, or is there someone else in the house? For a moment I felt the flash of hope that he was looking at me, but he's unresponsive. Alexandra, please, say something. I don't know what to do. Don't understand what happened to him. Looks miles away. A scribbled annotation on this piece of paper. The veil is something we sense in our innermost being incessantly. In vain do we waste our lives craving to tear through. It is Xylethal, the curtain behind which the great wings beat. Inside its ancient mist inhabit the shadows of those who left. Okay. Table holds nothing but a box with the description laudanum to be taken in case of anxiety. It's empty. Well. This cuckoo clock is covered with dust. Seems to be missing an important piece. The bird. The face of the clock has been turned. Yeah, so that's supposed to be the top. That's silly. Who messed with the cuckoo clock? Who would ever do that? An oil lamp. I'll take that. I do like me some oil lamps in this game. Pantry with spices and ingredients. Okay. What's down here? Locked. Close. An ancient stone well. A rope hangs inside, disappearing into the darkness below. I'll just... The rope has broken. I'll keep this end. Okay. We're having flashbacks. Looks like someone was buried here. Can't dig with my bare hands. Well, I guess we're gonna go grave digging. What a lovely pastime. A couple of old teacups sit on the table. One of them is full and still warm. It's odd. Well-crafted grandfather clock. Seems to be out of order. One of the hands is missing. So, he really doesn't like clocks. Could be Pevensey Castle, but in this painting, the garrison is not in ruins. Okay, so an old picture, I guess. A large iron hook. I'll just take that. There's a fragment of a diary under the hook. Why do we keep on finding diary pages in the weirdest spots? Starting to get a bit suspicious. August 5th, 1887. I can't work in the basement anymore. Those wretched sculptures. I feel them stalking me in the darkness. No, it's not possible, but I can hear the crunches, the flapping wings. Stone grinding on stone. They're frozen paroxysm. Whatever that is. With what diabolical art were those gestures conceived? An eternal movement, a tension, an impossible struggle to get back to the life they never had. I might place them outdoors in the greenhouse. Let the mold devour them, and wasps make nests in their hollow hearts. There. Alright, hook, rope. There we go. Attack an outburst of particular motion or activity. An invoice. May this document serve as a record of the payment made corresponding to the following work. The cuckoo clock mechanism has been modified to give the strokes exclusively at 6:15 in the afternoon. In addition, a special device and a switch have been added to synchronize all clocks in the house. Okay. A letter. Dear Alexandra, we have excellent news. A contact from the university has given me access to a 12th century alchemical tome containing an amazing formulary. There's no doubt that sometimes mere contemplation takes the mind to places that otherwise it would never have visited. Leafing through the grimoire and marvelling at the exquisite illumination of its pages, I've been struck by a sudden epiphany. A radical but elegant method that I've decided to try. Forgive me for not providing any information about the method itself. As soon as I get definite results, I will write to you immediately. I believe fortune has truly smiled upon us today. And the Science Club motto. June 8th, 1887. Okay. Picture of an angel with a gentle face. Bust of face turned around. Large envelope of black felt covered in dust and ashes. It's labeled with a warning. Do not open under white light. Okay, I'll take that. Shelf is lined with strange and complex books. Some titles include The Movements of Shadows, Preserving the Mind, and Lessons Beyond Nature. Okay. I mean, I clearly need a new cover for the lamp in the dark room, because that one has broken. Hello, how are you doing today? So we've got a rope and a hook. Could try and fish in the well, I guess. Within the mud and dirt inside the bucket, there was a small bird of brass. Okay, I'll put that back on the cuckoo clock. I feel like he set up a scavenger hunt and is just pretending not to hear me so I can finish doing the scavenger hunt. What was that? Brass bird. When shaken, it makes a noise if there was something inside. Bird fits perfectly. Hmm. Yeah, like, now it doesn't do anything else anymore. Now what do I do? I mean, I'm guessing I'm supposed to use the grandfather clock to set the cuckoo clock to be the correct time, to have the cuckoo clock do the bird call sound. Well, the cuckoo sound. So when exactly was it? 6:15 in the afternoon. I actually kind of like cuckoo clocks. I think they're fancy. Like, with all the mechanisms. Chemistry recipe. Exactly. I'll just take that. Oh, what was the other thing I needed? Collodium. Wait. Collodium? One ounce of vitriol. 5 or 6 drops of cyanide. Okay. Yeah, exactly. But I also just think it's, like, so whimsical and, like, needlessly intricate. Like, they have ones that don't just do the cuckoo part, but, like, have figurines spinning and, like, dancing. But why not, I guess? How am I gonna get a red cover for the lamp? Diary. It's been a while since I can't devote any time to this diary for reasons beyond my control. An event most tragic has taken place in that house. Mr. Dupre's gotten ill, immersed in everlasting stupor from which it seems he shall not return anytime soon. Since the accident, I patiently take care of him. The doctor's treatments don't seem to do any good. I feed him like a child and make sure that all the sculptures in the house are turned towards the wall. What else could I do? Clockmaker just left. He has done such a good job. In the end, Mr. Dupre is not going to be able to notice the change in the clocks that he had so insistently requested. In a state, time will not be a problem anymore. It looks like the diary of a member of Alexandra's household. What happened to them? I don't know. I mean, I don't see them. But there is a random grave outside, and there is a trapdoor that I haven't been able to open. No water in the well. I don't get it. Yes, it was rope in the well. That we already used, so I don't think we're supposed to use it again. What am I missing? A fine painting of the local Roman structures. They somehow seem more ancient in this depiction. Figurine of an angel facing the wall. Right, everything's turned for some reason. The image of a couple wearing rat masks at a festival. I'm guessing that's the device you use to magnify pictures. Well, magnify as in, like, make the resulting, like, developed picture just be on a bigger canvas. You get what I mean. I'm not using the right words, but close enough. But I'm definitely missing something. Like, I'm looking for a key, I'm looking for 2 different substances to develop pictures with. I'm looking for a red cover for the lamp. Yeah, it did not open under white light. So it's probably an undeveloped picture. Can I talk to him? Nope. Still nothing. Kinda looks like a person right here. Not sure what that is. Something. Silhouette of a woman. Silhouette of a man. Has a strong resemblance to Alexandre. So I'm guessing he was married and his wife passed away. And that's the grave outside. The diary page didn't mention him having a wife, so presumably a while ago. Oh, we're also looking for a shovel. Right. I think I'll check again, because I feel like I'm missing something obvious. Okay. Let's see. Chapter 4. Got the lamp. Got the hook and the rope. And the envelope. Oh, light bulb. Okay, it seems we're supposed to take the light bulb from the dark room. Maybe we can dip it in something to make it red. Lamp is hanging from the ceiling. The bulb casts an intense white light. Well, now it no longer does. Okay. Yeah, I've got the bottle. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to leave the house. So that's how I'm supposedly going to make progress. I mean, I've been trying to basically run away in all the other scenes, just not in this one. And that's the one time I was supposed to do it. Oh, what's back here? Old ruins. And... the corpse of a deer. Its abdomen torn open. Looks recently dead. I dipped the light bulb in that. Juicy. Now the bulb is grossly covered in blood. Okay, can't go in there. Weird. Large iron bar latching the door. Odd that it's latched from the outside. That's what he said. Looks as if the pane had been broken. That's a weirdly shaped shadow. Statue of an angel covered in mold. It's glancing at me with a sad gesture. With its wings spread, its head is missing. And there's a third one right here. A jar of vitriol oil. I must be careful, it's a powerful acid. I'll do that. So now I should be able to develop the picture, I think. To the dark room. There. Nice. So. 1 ounce of vitriol, 5 or 6 drops of cyanide. And that's... upon the plate, okay. Inside the envelope, there's a glass sheet. It looks like a photographic plate. Vitriol. But I need to put it in a suitable place. In the sink. There. Vitriol. The oil has caused a strong acidic reaction. And the cyanide. I've applied the liquids in the correct order. All that remains is to rinse the plate. There. The image is appearing on the plate. It's a photograph of Anthony and Alexandre. That got me. Wasn't expecting that. I was looking at the picture. Yeah, there's a shadow in the back. Maybe I show him the picture? Well, it looks like a shadow. I mean, like, the silhouette between the two people. Alexandre, do you recognize this photograph? Take a look. It is you and our old friend Anthony. There's someone else blurred in the background? Who's the third figure? Does it mean something to you? A piece of clockwork. Clockwork, a hand. The bird awaits. Okay, I'll just use that on the grandfather clock downstairs. Only need to set the clock to the correct time. I was 6:15. Right. Right, okay. So... No. Wrong way. There. This should be it. Right? Right? Just assume it is. And maybe because it's turned. So... But it's not actually synced up with the other one. Is it? Anyways, when would it be 6:15 on this clock? I'm guessing it's the position of the handles? Or of the hands, I mean. So that would be... 9:30? Is that what I'm supposed to set it to? We'll see. Anything? Did that even do anything? I don't think it did. So... setting it based on how this is oriented, it would be... exactly 3 o'clock? Is that what I'm supposed to set it to? There. Is that it? No, just no response from this one. Fine. Why not? I feel like it should respond at this point. Yeah, 6:15 on this clock will not be 6:15 on the cuckoo clock. We need to set the grandfather clock to 3 in order for the cuckoo clock to do its thing. Click the switch! Oh, there's a switch. I didn't notice there was a switch. But I did figure out there was 3. After 2 failed attempts. There, that switch. I thought that was like a hinge, I think. Sound came from upstairs. There we go. Okay, he's... What's he saying? Za-e... Lothal. Okay. Bird has burst out at the stroke. Its beak is now open. A key? There was a key inside the bird. Well. Assuming that's the key to the basement. Why does that get me? That was such a cheap jump scare. Mold and dust cover the portrait, making the subject indistinguishable. This piece of fine furniture has several drawers. Inside one of them is a gardener's shovel. Nice. Remains of a Roman mosaic. More angel statues. Maybe this guy's just watched too much Doctor Who. A book written in a language unknown to me. There's a scrawled annotation written in English on one of the margins. This and no other is the function of the serum we manufactured at the boarding school when we were young. It is something that we didn't understand at the time, to accompany the mind to the proscenium of the big theatre, and there help us to look behind the curtain that separates the world of men from the land of truth. To look, I say, if anything, to apprehend an image of what lives there. Just that. Will the Hoopoe allow us to raise the curtain enough to walk off the stage and go beyond? I feel like the person, like, writing all the text for this game had a word of the month calendar, or word of the day even, while writing this. Because there's a lot of stuff in there that, like, I feel like even in Victorian English, these words maybe weren't that common. Huge cage full of leftovers and dirt. Animals have been captive here. Dust-covered beakers with repulsive liquids. A few of them have developed fungi inside. Jars and test tubes, everything is soaked in chemical residues, and the air is filled with the smell of vinegar. Well, isn't that lovely? Innumerable jars full of murky objects suspended in formaldehyde. I'll just head back out and dig up whoever is buried outside. Yeah. Mold-covered portrait. Time for the next jump scare, probably. Yeah. There has to be one. The lock is very rusted, almost shattered. Can't open it. It still resists, can't open it by hand. Fine. Wooden box seems too small for a coffin. Well. Dusty carpet. So, what am I gonna use to open that lock? Probably some sort of tool. I didn't see anything in here. What am I missing? Cabinet has a large stain of mold due to the high humidity of this atmosphere. That's a bottle that I found in here. Its head is missing, but I can't see it. Well, maybe the head was thrown this way. Yes, it's an acid. Oh, I could use that on a lock. Good point. Right. I was thinking just, like, a blunt object, but yeah. Acid would do it. True that. The skeletal fingers of the creature are clutching a rolled-up canvas. It's a map of the stars. Okay. Several constellations are marked. Deneb, Vega, Altair, Summer Triangle. Beside the corpse, there is a sheet of paper. Dear Alexandre, undoubtedly your methods are definitely stronger than mine. How do you manage to get results with such alacrity? On another note, my epiphany with the treatise of alchemy was not accidental. On examining the text closer, I've come to the conclusion that for a time, Ramundus Lully sought the same thing as we did. In his account, he describes a formula that he calls Hoopoe, yes, the legendary bird. It closely resembles the serum which we have worked on so far, except for minor differences. It's a pity what you tell me about Mike. Hope he gets better soon. Okay. Anything else? Remains of a humanoid body with grotesque animal aspect. With a grotesque animal aspect. Maybe a small ape? It has a collar with some engraved words on it. Old Mike. Weird. God, that sounds like Alexandre. Well, let's see what's going on with him. Alexandre. Yeah, his chair is just empty. Okay. Dang, jump scares. Get me every time. Some diary pages on the wheelchair. The paper is ripped apart as if someone had stripped it off the book hastily. October 31st. I'm writing this in the light of my desk lamp, hoping to be able to remember it all, and the birds finally sing and the sun's blessing dispels the dark shadows of the mind. During the whole afternoon, a strong wind hit the valley, so strong it has cracked the larger branch of the old oak in the garden. I find it hard to get sleep during these nights, so I read a lot while accompanying the professor. I don't really know when exactly I fell asleep. I was awakened by the chill of the night, which was seeping in through the open window. I looked outside and I saw him. The professor was miraculously awake. What was my joy to see him standing on the balcony watching the valley with a true serene expression, enjoying the fresh and calm air right after the storm. I felt that a blessing had fallen upon this house, and for a moment I felt immensely happy. I stared at him for a while without saying anything, being afraid of dispelling a vision I hadn't believed possible for a long time. And then, in the midst of the silence, I heard a sound that froze me in my seat and snatched all my calmness with such a terrible chill that I will never forget. A loud noise beside me, low-pitched, as the drag of a slab. Mr. Alexandre's snore, who was pleasantly sleeping in his bed. Wait, who's the other guy? I've already made a decision. I'll leave this house. Statue, it's holding something. Lens mounted in a metal ring. Okay. So it's crystal. There's strange symbols marked on the surface. Are we sure we don't combine these things? Anything else out here? Starlight brings some brightness to the forest. Nope. Okay, so I can't use the canvas. So how am I supposed to use this crystal? I guess in the forest? It's the closest thing I had to a hint, so... Out here. Where the dead deer is. There. Ancient castle of Pevensey rests in the distance. It was a garrison first built by the Romans, but was abandoned and has been in ruins ever since. Nope, don't use it there. Why can't I go through there? That's silly. What am I supposed to do with the strange symbols? No, don't use it on the photograph. I don't know where the guy went either. Seems like he went down here. Well, fell down here. More like. Well, everything's still the same. No water. What was that? Good question. Aha! Oh, okay. Telescope. Nice. So I use this crystal on the telescope. Fits perfectly. Aha! Okay. And I'll just take a picture of this part. And then try and replicate that. There. It's not the triangle I'm looking at. Fine. I'm supposed to specifically just mark the triangle. There. And... there. Correct. This is the summer triangle. Okay. Wooden secretary desk, beautifully carved. Flip top has no knob or lock, just some strange symbols. Neat. So it's those three. So this one here. This one here. This one here. There's a small cabinet with 2 slots for syringes. Only one of them remains. Voice again. Comes from the bottom of the pit. An envelope with a letter inside. Dear Alexandre, I'm terribly sorry about old Mike. Will you put him to rest in his favourite place? After weeks of unsuccessful attempts, I've managed to distill the alchemical formula based on the notes he sent me. Certainly you're a master of this craft. The subject reacted to the serum as usual, rapidly entering into a state of waking sleep. Suddenly, the convulsions stopped. Since then, he has not been responding to any kind of stimulation. He has remained in this state for many days. My diagnosis is brain dead. Which should be our next step, Alexandre. I'm worried this could be the end of our research. So I'm guessing this is what might have happened to Alexandre. Compacted snow. Interesting. Let's go down. Ah! Alexandre. Alexandre. Alexandre? A chair in the middle of the room. A variety of surgical instruments and some jars with chemicals in them. Alexandre? Nope. Can I show him the picture again? Show him the syringe? Is this what you asked me to search for? This is what you asked me to search for, is it not, Alexandre? Am I right? The last door. Zag... Illithol. Yes. The last door we can cross together. What should I do? I'm waiting for you, here, in the mist. It's nearby, I can hear it. What is nearby? What do you hear? I hear the beating of its wings. It knows we are afraid. I am ready. Sit down. Okay. Now what? Do I... Okay. Neat. Do you think we'll find any clue about Dewitt's whereabouts? Oh, we were getting drugged. I think. The police must have taken almost everything. We have no other leads to pursue. Hopefully, they've overlooked something. So this is the first house we were in, I think? What about this room? There's a sealed letter between the table and the wall. It looks like Beechworth never sent it. I think it's best that you read it. Dearest Alexandre, please, you must reflect on this. We do not yet know what we are dealing with. If you were to open the door, it may stay that way. An open way for whatever lives on the other side. Okay. Oh. He's shy. Okay. The adventure continues in season 2. Oh, there we go. So, that was the last episode of this game, but there's a sequel. So, there we go. It only took me 6 hours-ish. A bit less, but yeah. It's a pretty neat game, gotta say. Would be nice if there was more of an ending to it, you know? The sequel is out, yes. I'll check. I do have it. It's from 2016. So, who knows, maybe we'll play that one eventually, just not today. Because, well, my voice is getting a bit tired from all the reading, because it's been a lot of reading the last 2 days. So, yeah. That's that. But it's a pretty neat game, gotta say. There we go. So, that means that, next Wednesday? Yeah, I'm checking right now how long that game tends to be. Let's see. About 6 hours, apparently. So, it seems that game is a bit longer, and I've also heard that it's more complex. So, we'll play it eventually, just not sure when. But, yeah, it seems like there were 2 years between anyway, so odds are there will be, like, a reminder what happened before at the start of the game, so not too worried about being out of the loop. But yeah, I'm not sure if we'll still have time to do it this October, but as I said, we'll play it eventually. So, who do we want to raid? Well, I mean, there is kind of an obvious choice. Yeah, thank you. Like, my voice is not super tired, just not, like, at the level where I think I should be continuing to, like, make this stream, like, twice as long as it already is. So, yeah. It's just been a lot of reading. And also, tomorrow we'll also be reading, because for some reason I feel like the Elvira game won't be fully voice acted. But we'll find out. So, yeah. Anyway, we're raiding Tom, who's playing Colonel's Bequest, which is one of my favourite Sierra games, because it's just nice. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow with Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, I believe is the title of the game. So, yeah. Bye!